Peter Piper picked peppers, but Run rocked rhymes.
Mr. Rubio and Miss Hill Bonalis, congratulations.
Hello, everyone. Do we have our board members with us yet?
I'm here, Anne-Marie, and I just want to give you a heads up. In terms of the Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence, I'd like to insert something for the moment of silence after you mention what you have prepared.
Absolutely. Trustee or Al, would you lead the Pledge of Allegiance for me, please?
Sure.
I told everybody to take a break, but I didn't specify how long. I should have said a short break.
Who are we missing, Anne Marie?
Let me see.
I don't see. I see Brian, but is Kathy on?
Is Kathy on, John?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate. Hey, John, does the public have, are they type, is there any way that they could type in? Correct. Okay, I was just wondering if there were any dignitaries out there to identify themselves, and that at that time in the meeting, if you could give them a shout out.
I'm looking at the list of folks who are in here. I don't see anyone.
Not in our, but maybe out, if they're out and they're watching on the YouTube.
I don't know if John could figure that part out.
Okay. Okay, we will reconvene as soon as we have Catherine. Happy Thursday, everybody.
Yes, with our glorious June gloom.
I know. What was that this morning?
Yeah, it's all right. It's a good morning to be in a meeting because there's nothing outside.
I believe Mrs. Smith has been able to join.
Okay, good.
Okay, all righty. Welcome everyone to our June 18th regular board meeting, Anaheim Union High School Board of Trustees meeting, and it is about 10:12. Sorry to make you wait. We will begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Jabbar, will you please lead?
Please rise and share out of your heart and follow me. I pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anne Marie, do you have anything to say for a moment of silence?
I do. So in thinking about this, we've been enduring challenging times with COVID, and now we have this travesty. So the things that come to my mind is seek to understand. And as we're all trying to process the events in recent, my immediate response was seek to understand. Find a way, try to put yourself in the situation, read literature, ask questions and talk to people. What if this was you or someone in your family? Seek to understand. Please don't look at this as a tragedy. No, it was a crime. And until justice is done, there can be no peace for many people. Seek to understand. Instead of becoming offended about protests, seek to understand. And I will insert, of course, we do not condone violence and we do not condone property being stolen and things of that nature, but protests, peaceful protests, and sometimes angry protests. Seek to understand. Until this systematic injustices seemingly of people of color, specifically Black men and women, until it's acknowledged, there can be no peace. So seek to understand. Mr. Jabbar?
Yeah, thank you, Anne Marie. While you mentioned that, I also want to keep in mind when we go into a moment of silence, the appreciation this morning. The Supreme Court sided with our DACA students. I know about a year and a half ago, we actually passed a resolution supporting our DACA students when the Trump administration decided to end the program. And today, with a big victory to our students, the Supreme Court had actually said that what the Trump administration tried to do was wrong. I also want to underline that about 800,000 people over the years have participated in this program, which has provided a chance to get our students to get into a legal pathway, but also more than 90% of the DACA recipients are employed and 45% are in school, according to one government study. And advocates also have said that nearly 30,000 work in the healthcare industry, especially during this COVID-19 situation. I want to keep them in mind and celebrate the fact that it's a victory for our DACA students and families. With that, I'll go for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the clerk of the Board of Trustees will report actions taken during closed session. Mrs. Smith?
Mrs. Smith, it appears that your line is on mute. In order to unmute, if you could press *6.
Can someone call her maybe to let her know?
That would be the line I believe that she's on. It looks like the call was disconnected.
That's what I meant, is like to call her so that we could get her to do it the right way.
So why don't we move on to, and while we're getting her back on, move on to item 7, our Kindness Matters Awards. And I believe Rita Ray,
We
Hello.
got item number,
Oh.
okay.
are you
Hello?
there? Okay, we're
Yeah.
echoing.
Am I still echoing?
You're okay.
Okay, that was the craziest thing. I'm so sorry. Okay. 4.1, no reportable action taken regarding public employee performance evaluation superintendent. No salary increase was asked for. 4.2, no reportable action taken regarding anticipated litigation. 4.3, the Board of Trustees, by a vote of 5-0, approved the settlement agreement in OAH case number 2019-121016, resolving all issues in students' due process complaint by providing independent educational assessments, a compensatory education fund, and $14,000 in reimbursements. 4.4, the Board of Trustees, by a vote of 5.0, approved settlement agreement in OAH case number 2020030995, resolving all issues in students' due process complaint by amending students' IEP and conducting assessments, providing compensatory education, transition support, independent educational evaluation, and providing $11,500 in reimbursements. 4.5, the Board of Trustees, by a vote of 5-0, approved the settlement agreement in OAH case number 2020040447, resolving all issues in the student's due process complaint by amending students' IEP and conducting assessments, providing compensatory education, and providing $3,512 in reimbursements. 4.6, no reportable action taken regarding negotiations. 4.7, no reportable action taken regarding personnel. 4.8, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to suspend without pay for 5 days employee HR-2019-20-05. And 4.9, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to make the following appointments. Aaron Chow, Assistant Principal, Magnolia High School. Mary Jo Durkin, Assistant Principal, Cypress High School. Kyle Hendrickson, Assistant Principal, Loera High School. Poppy Hill Banales, Assistant Principal, Dale Junior High School. Lynn Ruthenbeck, Assistant Principal, Savannah High School. Sean Pfeiffer, Assistant Principal, Cypress High School. Israel Rubio, Assistant Principal, Savannah High School. Angela Calvo, Assistant Principal at Lexington Junior High School. And lastly, Charles Koo, Assistant Principal at Ball Junior High School.
Bravo. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for your report. I think what we're going to do is I'm going to have Brad Jackson introduce you individually, and then you may be allowed to make some comments and allow the board to congratulate you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, congratulations to all of our assistant principal appointments. I'd like to invite each of you as I call your name to please say a few words. And also, if you have your family with you, we would love for you to introduce your family as well. So let's go ahead and start with Poppy Hill Bonales.
Thank you. I am so excited to be able to serve the families at Dale Junior High School. I am incredibly excited to be a part of the Lancer family. And I want to use the last few seconds of my time to thank two amazing mentors in the Anaheim Union High School District. So a big thank you to Manuel Colon and Jaron Freed for continuing to guide me on my leadership journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Poppy. We have Lynn Ruthenbeck.
Hi there. Thank you so much. I just want to say that this is my 27th year in the Anaheim Union High School District and at Savannah also. So I am grateful and humbled to be able to serve my Savannah family as an assistant principal. And this would not have been possible without the progressive thinking of the board and cabinet in developing innovative programs like LEAD. It was such an amazing opportunity and experience. And I'd like to thank Dr. Freed, Mr. Colon, Mr. Jackson, Dr. Root, and Superintendent Matsuda for all of your support. You are not only great instructors, but really showed the district's commitment to leading learning, and I can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Mary Jo Durkin. Mary Jo, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to Mary Jo Durkin in just a moment. Next, we have Kyle Hendrickson.
Good morning, all. I just wanted to thank the cabinet and the board for the appointment, as well as the opportunity to grow as a leader in our district. I'm really excited for next year. A little nervous, of course, but very excited, and could not have done it without all of the support of my colleagues, as well as my wife, Tara, and our supportive fur baby, Onyx. So thank you.
I don't think we didn't see. Can you pan over one more time, please? Oh, okay. There you go.
He's very supportive.
Thank you, Kyle, and congratulations. Okay, next we have 3 assistant principals that are moving from the junior high school to the high school level, and I'd like to introduce Aaron Chow.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Board of Trustees and the Cabinet. I am very grateful and very blessed to be able to work for our amazing district. I feel very lucky that personally I have a job and I'm still able to do and serve our community during this time. To be able to work at Magnolia is a great honor for me. I would do everything I can to support our students, our families, our staff, and community, and to fulfill the trust and the expectations that you have in me. So thank you very much. I'm very excited.
Thank you, Aaron. Congratulations. Next, we have Sean Pfeiffer.
Hello, everyone. So nice to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to the board. The Ed Division has been a great support for me. Lynn, I got you beat. This is my 38th year in the district, starting at Lexington in '82, then matriculating through Cypress High School. With that said, I understand the expectation and the responsibility you place on us as assistant principals, and I'm very excited to fulfill that role and go back to my alma mater.
Thank you, Sean. And then we also have Israel Rubio.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, and thank you so much to the Board of Trustees and to the Cabinet for this opportunity. I'm really excited. 6 years at Dale has been an exciting, amazing time, and I've learned so much. Thank you to Daphne Hammer, Mrs. Moreno, the principals that I've had when I was at Dale, just for your guidance and mentorship. I also want to say thank you to all the other assistant principals. It's a great community. We've learned from each other over these years, and I'm just really excited to continue at a new site at Savannah. So thank you so much.
And who do you have with you?
I have my wife, Brenna, is here with me. So she's joining me and very supportive and awesome.
Oh, hello.
Good save, Brad. Thank you so much.
All right. You can pay me pay me later. All right. And then I'd like to circle back to Mary Jo Durkin.
Okay, is it working?
It is.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you to everybody for this opportunity and this next chapter in my life. I really appreciate your trust in me as a leader. I'm extremely excited, and I couldn't have done it without my backbone here. This is my husband, Kevin Durkin. So I'm grateful to all of you, and I look forward to serving Cypress community and the staff and all the families there. So thank you.
Great. Congratulations. Okay. Thank you, all of you, and congratulations. And we're looking forward to a great year with all of you in your new positions. Thank you.
Board, if you have any comments you want to share, this is the time if you'd like.
Well, I certainly would like to congratulate all in one. And I know this is a new challenge in our lives, not just in this chapter of our lives, but it's affecting all of our lives in so many ways. And we know that you're competent people and you'll work together to get it all working. Thank you.
Yes, and I'd like to say welcome aboard to all of you. It will be an interesting year for some of you in a new position, especially. So let's all face it on and work hard this year. And again, welcome aboard and congratulations on your appointments.
I just want to say congratulations. Welcome to your new positions. You have a big challenge ahead of you. That would be under normal circumstances. Now you have a fantastic challenge ahead of you during this COVID-19 situation. So welcome. Look forward to hearing about you and the good things you're going to provide for us.
This is Trustee Al-Jabbar again. Congratulations to all of you. I know that you're all proven leaders, so there's no doubt that you guys are going to be very successful where you're at. I want to take this opportunity to thank each of your significant others, because I know that all the time and effort that you guys put in, you won't be able to do that without the support of them. So thank you to all of you.
And Al knows everything all about significant others and being supportive of them. You can go ahead and share your news right now if you'd like.
I'm just waiting any minute now to my wife's ready to pop out our third child. So
yeah, just like that, pop it out. So easy. But I just like to congratulate everyone. Thank you for those of you who participated in the program. I know that Mike and Jaren and Manuel and Brad and all Jennifer, they're not easy. They didn't give you easy A's in that program. I know that it was very rigorous, and you had to spend a lot of time and effort going through those programs. And everybody, I really appreciate it. You've hung in there with us. I mean, 38 years, my goodness. And this is a wonderful place to work. And you're just enhancing all that we do by stepping up even further. And so thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I forgot to give a shout out who's on watching us. She is our new student trustee. Her name is Elizabeth Oche. So everybody say hello to her and welcome. And we can't wait until we meet with you. All righty. And we are going to move on to item 7, I believe. Kindness Matters Awards. Rita Ray. Congratulations, everyone, again.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rita Ray. I'm a Director of Human Resources, and I have the honor of presenting the Kindness Matters Awards this morning. So let me begin by reading. Recognizing and celebrating kind acts is a priority of the Anaheim Union High School District and its Board of Trustees. We know that even the smallest act of kindness has the power to change the lives of our students, staff, and community. So with that in mind, today we honor 15 individuals nominated by a student, a staff member, or a community member. The recipients are, and I believe my screen is being shared for me. Paulina?
Yes, Rita, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Our first recipients are Brittany Diaz, Chris Pavia, and Sylvia Alexander, community members. Besides exuding kindness, these three community members have devoted hours of their time to helping our students. Brittany Diaz is the store manager at Smart and Final in Buona Park. Her store team works with our adult transition program as well as our independent after-school students. Chris Pavia is a store manager at Walgreens, which has been a strong supporter of our workability program for over 15 years. And he also works with our independent after-school students. Lastly, as the manager of Home Goods in Huntington Park, Sylvia Alexander has personally mentored students in our adult transition program. Nominator Gail Steinbrick says all three are deserving of this recognition. Congratulations to them. Next, we have Nick Payuga, instructional aide, Hope School. Nick goes above and beyond to support the students and staff of Hope School, according to his nominator, Destiny Garcia. Nick is at every Hope School event, including cheer competitions, school plays, and dances. During this pandemic, Nick has volunteered his time to deliver school lunches to students' homes, another example of putting our students first. Next, we have Michael Cipher, community member. Michael is a former student of Loera teacher David Sporn, who nominated Michael because of his generosity during this time of COVID-19. Michael has been making face shields on his 3D printer in his home garage. It takes him about 6 hours to make 2 masks, but he is producing them around the clock. He pays for the materials out of pocket and then donates the shields to hospitals and cancer centers throughout Orange County. Sporn writes that Michael does this out of love and kindness, as he is currently unemployed. Next, we have Peter Dodosh, teacher, Cypress High School. Peter was hired 2 years ago to work one-on-one with a student with a severe disability. Administrator Daniel Klatzker writes that not only has the student flourished, but Peter's kindness and compassion has extended to other students as well. He mentors students who are struggling academically or emotionally by building relationships with them. In one instance, Peter volunteered to mentor a student with a troubled past who was returning from alternative education. With Peter's help, the student was able to get back on track academically and behaviorally. Next, Jeff Fuentes, teacher, Sycamore Junior High. Principal Gary Brown writes that when Jeff learned that the parent of one of his students was ill and unable to leave the house, he arranged for the student to receive grab-and-go meals for a week and the technology needed for distance learning. Jeff picked up the hotspot for the student's technology, even stood in line with all the families, and then drove to the student's home to deliver it. He went out of his way to ensure the student could continue with his education. Next, Brian Garcia. He's a student at Savannah High School. During this time of shelter-in-place orders, Brian began making masks for healthcare workers. After his family purchases the materials out of pocket, Brian stays up late to help his family members complete the mask. He shared with his nominator, who wishes to remain anonymous, that if he can make more masks than the day before, he has done his part. Very inspirational. Next, we have Lisa Hormuth. She's a teacher at Dale Junior High. Lisa made a connection with Santa Margarita High School, and every year during the December holidays, families from Santa Margarita adopt about 50 Dale families and provide them with gifts. Lisa facilitates this process, which begins in early October, by distributing paperwork to needy families and assisting them with completing the paperwork. Lisa has also organized a hygiene drive for students, which included distribution of shoes and blankets. Nominator Susan Miranda says Lisa deserves to be recognized for her kindness. Next, Angie Mealer, instructional aide, Magnolia High School. Many times on Late Start Tuesdays, students will arrive to school early and simply gather on campus. Angie saw an opportunity in that. She volunteered to tutor RSP and general education students on late start days, as well as during Saturday Academy. During this time of shelter in place, Angie has connected families to food banks, supported students in Schoology, and helped pass out technology on campus. Nominator Cindy Ting writes, Angie's passion to serve Magnolia students and staff is amazing. Next, Liani Movahil, community member. Liani is the assistant city attorney for Anaheim, a busy position, yet she volunteers her time with Loera students. She has been the attorney coach for the school's mock trial program for the past 3 years. With her help, Loera High School has participated in the Orange County Constitutional Rights Foundation mock trial competition, the only school in the AUHSD to do so. Loera students have received individual performance awards each of the 3 years. Nominator Richard Martin says Leonie's hope is to one day attend the swearing-in ceremony of one of her mock trial students. Next, Katrina Mundy, teacher, Magnolia High School. Katrina was instrumental in organizing food delivery for students and families during the time of COVID-19. As the organizer, she ensured that a system was in place for shopping for food and the delivery to homes. To help with the efforts, Katrina rallied Magnolia staff for donations of food, money, and/or time. And she made sure that needy families received deliveries for Easter. Her nominator, Lindsay Pananen, says Katrina exemplifies the heart of Magnolia High School and the Anaheim Union High School District. Nitish Patel, community member. During the COVID-19 crisis, Nitish has used his nonprofit, Each One Teach One, to ensure that families in Anaheim and La Palma have food for their families. Over 8,000 meals have been given to families. He has also reached out to businesses to provide food to first responders and medical providers. He secured monetary donations to pay local restaurants to prepare these meals, thus allowing them to stay in business while helping families. Nominator Jennifer Root writes, Mr. Patel used his time, resources, and influence to create opportunities for those in need. Next, Ashlyn Viramontes, student at Catella High School. Ashlyn has been a beacon of hope for students struggling to navigate the unfamiliar waters of distance learning, according to nominator Andrew Barrow. Ashlyn has become a technology tutor, helping other students on her own time to become familiar with how to access, use, and submit assignments digitally. Her acts of kindness have benefited many of Mr. Barrow's 178 math students, many of whom Ashlyn didn't know prior to this time of distance learning. And that concludes our nominees, or our recipients, I should say, our recipients for this year's Kindness Matters Awards. I want to say congratulations to all of them.
Thank you, Rita. What a wonderful presentation. Board members, do you have comments?
I would just want to say thank you for one and all. And that is really what creates a community, and you're all exemplars of kindness. Thank you.
Yes, and I would like to say thank you and congratulations, and I wish we could shake your hands and thank you personally. But of course, at this time, it's not possible. So, here's a shake.
I'd just like to say thank you to all for their help with our students and the community during this difficult time, and not just during this difficult time, but during the normal educational year. Thank you for all that you do.
I echo the sentiment. Thank you all for doing what you're doing. That makes our great community.
Absolutely. I echo the sentiments, and kindness really matters in times of like these in distress. And it just, even just the smallest things really matter. And small things kind of tumble into greater things. And so each time you do something kind, it just and permeates in the air. And I could use some help with the technology, so I'm going to get in touch with one of those recipients. So thank you so much, Rita, for your help.
Can I, Anne-Marie, can I just mention to Rita, maybe we could hold on to these nominees. I know my boss, Supervisor Doug Chafee for Orange County, usually does a kindness award in November. So we would love to have all nominees be nominated to that process. So if they live in the district, and I could get in touch with you and give those cities, so that way we could honor them at our kindness event.
Great idea. Great idea. Thank you, Rita. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see everyone. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful presentation. And thank you for taking the time to do that. That's an extra duty that you have. And I know it's a labor of love for you. Okay, moving on to 8.1, report of the associations. And I can't see all who's here, so I'm just going to go ahead and call out the association. I think I saw Grant. Is Asta?
I am here. That is correct.
All right. Thought I saw you there.
Okay. Good morning, board, cabinet, AUHSD staff, and community. These are truly unprecedented times for public education as a whole and for us individually as we set out to educate our students and support our teachers and staff in uncharted waters. Since we last spoke, COVID-19 questions have been joined by the demands regarding social justice. ASTA is proud of our teachers, board members, and community that have stood up to support our students as they have found their voices and been provided platforms to be heard. ASTA has also created a social justice committee as we realize more must be done to rid our institutions of racist policies and construct. We must set an example for our students and community that demands inclusivity of all members while encouraging those who have been traditionally unheard to step forward and make their voice part of what guides our organization. As a side note, I emailed to the board ASTA's press release regarding our support of the Black Lives Matter movement and our support for creating these constructs inside of ASTA to help our members of color aspire to leadership positions and make their voices heard. So you guys have that. On the COVID-19 front, we must also speak out for our students and community. We appreciate the representation teachers have had on the Opening Schools Task Force and the opportunity to voice our concerns and get answers to our questions. As we continue to move forward, it remains important to acknowledge that the public health circumstances have continued to deteriorate during the time campuses have been closed. The board is left with a decision of extreme consequence. We will all continue to work towards creating the safest possible environment that provides our students with a quality education. I encourage the board to continually reevaluate the public health situation during the decision-making process that will determine how and when the different models of opening schools will be implemented in our district. In addition, when the decisions are made, it is important that people remain our focus. Safety assessments at sites, protocols for campuses, open to students and employees, as well as the monitoring of testing and possible contact tracing of everyone stepping foot on a campus must be clearly imparted to our students, staff, and community. As you all understand the import of the decisions we make and the implementation of the protocols adopted cannot be overstated. When it comes to the educational program carried out through distance learning or any hybrid, it is also important that every teacher and staff member have all of the tools necessary to teach and support our students. As the final 8 weeks of last year played out, we found many teachers struggling to patch together reliable internet access and bandwidth of their own with equipment that allows them to provide the best education possible under less than optimal circumstances. With the support of the district, we would like to ensure all teachers have access to the technology needed to teach during this continuing crisis. I would like to reiterate that ASTA appreciates the open relationship that our association shares with the district. Whether the cabinet is meeting with our executive board, teachers are meeting with district staff on the Opening Schools Task Force, or our e-learning teachers are working with district leadership to expand online options for our students, we look forward to being part of finding solutions to problems and pathways forward during these truly unprecedented times. And just before concluding my report, I would just like to acknowledge that when we had students looking for a way to speak out and have their voices heard, it was great actually without any bureaucratic leadership that individual teachers like Juan Alvarez and Liz Gracian, some of our board members, Al and Anne Marie, that people just stepped forward and said, we need to provide a place for them to speak and have their voices heard and not worry about any sort of violence involved with protest or any sort of confrontation with police. And it was truly inspiring to see students out in the park making their voices heard and being able to express their frustrations with the system as it exists today and trying to change it moving forward. So with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Grant. Okay, do we have anyone from AFSCME present? Okay, I'm going to move on. Anyone from ALTA?
I'm here, Anna Marie.
Okay, I thought I saw.
Oh, let me put video on. Hi.
And go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning, everybody. President Randall Trejo, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and Community. My name is Hilda Vasquez, and I am the ALTA President. Thank you for the opportunity this morning to say a few words. I have not spoken in a little bit. We've been busy with the end of the school year and planning next year as well. I'd like to start by congratulating our new members. So shout out to Poppy and Lynn and Kyle and MJ. I want to just let you know that we are definitely here for you, and you're coming into an incredible team. As you know, you've been in a district, and so thank you, Board of Trustees, for adding to the amazing administrative team in our district. I want to highlight and recognize, and as Grant mentioned, it has been unprecedented uncharted waters, right? It's very unique time, and we're living history. And I just want to thank our district and our teams and leaders for their flexibility, for their willingness to find solutions, for being student-centered, and for really just being committed to quality education and also to finding solutions as things come our way and change daily. And so it has been amazing to see the end of the school year come to a close with amazing virtual graduations, recognition ceremonies, and all the work that went into making sure that even though we were not able to physically connect with our students, we provided those opportunities and those connections and activities for students. Additionally, I also want to thank the leadership at the sites and at the district level for, again, as Grant mentioned, providing safe spaces and coming up with solutions. I know our sites worked also with OC Human Relations and making some virtual meetings, right, about empowering student voice and making sure that they were heard in a space that they feel comfortable in. Maybe they were not allowed to go outside and participate that, so they provided a virtual space, not just for students, but also for staff members. And so really just wanted to, again, leaders reaching out and finding solutions and being connected with students and empowering them and our staffs. Also wanted to, again, say that, as we move forward, I really, really appreciate the open conversations, the transparencies, our willingness to work together, and the priority that we place on the safety of our students, our staff, and our community as we are thinking to reopening or readdress what we need to look at. Want to give Mr. Colon a shout out for taking on our Opening Schools Task Force, and it's a huge team necessary for all the voices. And so again, just being very conscientious from every single level and being open to suggestions. The last thing that I just wanted to say is that, as we are continuing the work, we are working over the summer and being in the distribution centers for food. I was at Savannah this morning. It was great to see so many families. And, want to just, again, thank all of our administrators and leaders, and also let them know that, it's great to work as a team too, and we appreciate them. And we hope that they're also taking some time to refresh and rejuvenate as they can. And so, before I forget, I also want to talk about a little bit about our sites. We're currently doing a lot of the risk assessments. So want to let you know that those are going really well in terms of site administrators walking and working together with plan managers and any other staff members that is required about making sure that we have safety and the social distancing in place, right? And we're reviewing those plans and putting those together. And so again, just a little update, and want to thank you for putting all of these things together and the systemness, and just really appreciate our commitment to quality education and the safety of our students and staff and our community.
Thank you, Hilda, for a very comprehensive and wonderful report. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Is anyone from CSEA present? Okay, MMA. And last but certainly not least, APGA. Thought I saw Brian.
And Anne Marie, it looks like Adrian may have joined.
Adrian, did you have a report? Would you like to give a report today?
Yeah, good morning, Anna Marie. I'd just like to thank the board for everything they're doing, allowing us to get back to work. Our custodians are hard at work right now, along with our food service people, and trying to get schools ready to open by August 12th. Thank you for that, and everybody stay safe.
And just on that note, thank you, because for advocating and letting us know that your employees wanted to come back to work. That's really commendable. When people are nervous about the COVID, your team just really wanted to get back and start trimming the grass, and they really take pride in their work, and they really wanted to make sure that they had enough time to get everything ready for the new coming year. And with all sincerity, please thank everyone for their dedication to our family, dedication to our students, and dedication to our staff. That was very commendable. So I'm so glad that they're all back.
Thank you.
Thank you. And APGA. Okay. I thought I saw Brian Banning here.
It looks like he may have left the meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And did we have any representative from the PTSA online? I know it's summertime. Okay, moving on. And thank you all for
Peggy's here.
Oh, Peggy. Okay.
Okay, sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute my mic. So good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Peggy.
So this is my last month of the term of presidency for the PTA, for our council. And joining us this morning, we have Saraí Cruz Perez, who will be our president for the 2021 school year. Saraí, are you here?
She is, but she's on mute.
Hi. I'm here. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for taking on the tremendous job. You have shoes to fill. Great job, and we appreciate all of her dedication to our students. So we know that you're gonna do a wonderful job. And welcome. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're excited to get Saraí in this position. We've had her as our parliamentarian for the last couple years to help learn all the rules, ins and outs of PTA. So we're excited for the new year with her. Right now, some of our PTAs are still doing their elections. Those that have already completed their elections are working on their reflections programs for next year. And our theme this year is I Matter Because. So we think this is a great theme to have, especially in these times. So we're excited to get the students started to help keep them busy over the summer with this wonderful program that we have. Also, we are pleased that we've been able to partner with Walker Junior High school teachers Jack Gupton and Nick Takahara and Cypress High School teacher Kevin Dwyer on their face shields and ear saver project. This past week, they, along with other Anaheim Union High School District volunteers, distributed over 500 face shields to our students and parents working in essential jobs. They have also donated over 600 face shields and several hundred ear savers to healthcare organizations and nonprofits. We'd like to thank the Anaheim Public Utilities, Katrina's Club, Anaheim Union High School District teachers, staff, trustees, parents, community members, and PTSAs that have made a donation to expand this wonderful project. And I definitely want to give a great big shout out to these wonderful teachers who have dedicated many hours to making these PPEs. Their dedication knows no bounds as they are planning to continue making face shields and ear protectors through the end of July, where they'll have to start getting ready for the new school year. So hopefully they'll be able to make a lot more of these face shields with an additional laser cutter that will be purchased from a donation that trustee Al Jabbar was able to facilitate from Supervisor Doug Chafee's office. So thank you, Al, for that donation, facilitating that. And if anybody else is interested in making a donation or a request to receive these face shields or ear savers, you can go on to Facebook to the school district site and there will be a link there. So that is the conclusion of my report. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Peggy. You've been a joy to work with, and you're not going anywhere, right?
No, I will. I'll be just studying. No.
All right.
I will be your vice president of leadership, so I'll be helping with the training.
You'll be helping with the training and things. Oh my goodness, such a wonderful organization. They grow very wonderful leaders, and so Peggy, I'm counting on you to continue. So thank you so much, and welcome, Miss Cruz. We appreciate it. And Peggy, you matter. Miss Cruz, you matter. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving on to our public comments, our district council will be reading those. Mr. Carl Weidel.
Yes, thank you. There are a number of public comments this morning on a variety of topics. Specifically, there's quite a few related to item 11.4. So with your permission, I'll read 11.4 when we get there.
Okay.
If you could remind me to do public comment. And then I will go through the more general comments now. The first comment that we have this morning is from Adela Ariano of Anaheim regarding math books. Her comment is, I am a tutor for a student in the AUHSD. I wanted you to see the textbook the student was using. What the student showed me was not a textbook. It was a collection of pages that gave no information nor guidance about the concept. I used my own resources to tutor the student. Please provide students with something useful, a textbook that they can access on their own, not an endless list of questions about something they do not know. Our next comment this morning comes from Susan Stanley, who is a district resident, concerning COVID-19 and Kennedy High School campus closure. Please consider having students on campus 3 days per week, rather than 1 day per week. 1 day is not enough to grow and interact with other students, teachers, as well as participate in sports. Our next comment comes from Elise Sharp of Anaheim concerning Carnegie Learning for Math. I'm disappointed that we are having a conversation about a textbook we have only used for 2 years. It takes, on average, 5 years for a teacher to stay or quit. Why aren't we giving the book the same amount of time? I think the bigger problem is this district has too many teachers, even new ones coming in, who are more comfortable with a traditional style of teaching. It is easier to stand in front of the room, demonstrate a few problems, ask kids to turn to a certain page and practice the work 25 times. Where is the Common Core in that? Where are the 5 C's? Where is the writing journey? As far as meeting the needs of students who are second language learners or are in special education, I have never in all my years of teaching seen a book that specifically addresses those needs. It's our job to do that. It was supposed to be part of our training in our credential programs. I will say the book should be pared down. There is too much to go through, especially at the junior high level when we only have 46 minutes to teach. We should have had a group of teachers who are committed to Common Core work with Carnegie Learning to pare down some of the material. Regardless, I continue with the book as I was trained. In fact, during distance learning, I found was able to get through a lot of the material using Schoology conferences and breakout rooms. Sadly, not enough students showed up to benefit from it, but it was possible. And it was possible because I spent 3 days with Carnegie Learning last summer and learned how to use the book better. Now, if you decide it's better to switch, keep in mind the book must still follow the Common Core curriculum. And that will still create a headbutt between your teachers who embrace Common Core curriculum and those who prefer something more traditional. A better approach is to go back to curriculum committees that can work with Carnegie or whichever textbook company chosen to honor the Common Core curriculum. And maybe they can work in those pieces that help more traditional teachers feel more comfortable with teaching that curriculum. Where math teaching in this district is concerned, we are a broken district. It's often been junior high teachers versus high school teachers. When Common Core came in, that not only was emphasized, but added to it was Common Core versus traditional, because departments were becoming divided. Something does have to change. However, I think it's less about the book and more about the unity with the curriculum. Thank you for allowing me to share. Our next comment comes from a district resident concerning coronavirus and athletics, band, and cheer. As we are parents and alumni of the school district, we are very concerned for our children's safety during this pandemic and the upcoming school year and the resuming of athletics team programs. Several sports teams throughout the district have started to meet virtually, and some have even started to have the student athletes for in-person practices and meetings. With zero information given, on how the school's programs expect to practice safe procedures and keep the students safe, we are very concerned that precautions are not going to be taken seriously. There has been no discussion or even information posted on any of the school's websites, as well as the AUHSD district website. This is very concerning, as transparency and communication during a time like this is key. I personally have witnessed students returning to campuses within the AUHSD to begin sports, music, cheer programs in person. With students attending sports like football, baseball, and programs like band and cheer during the summer, there is a large concern with the lack of physical distancing, the proper use of masks, and the community use of items like footballs, tackle dummies, exercise equipment, musical instruments, and locker rooms. With large groups of students gathering while the pandemic is still happening and the numbers of infected people are climbing daily within the community, the meetings are irresponsible. Students are being pressured by peers and coaches to attend these in-person meetings and practices. While at home, families are very concerned with the lack of safety measures, causing a major distress at home throughout our community on the matter. We feel that the student safety is being compromised for the benefit of the school district and the school's athletic programs. Money is not everything. It is understood how school districts receive financial benefits for each student in attendance and sponsors from families within the area contributing to the programs. However, exchanging the health and safety of our children for money is despicable. What safety procedures are going to be installed? Where is this information? Why is it not posted anywhere? Why are students currently on AUHSD campuses without procedures in place? If they are in place, then why are they not being enforced? When will the district inform the public of the intent of the district and how the upcoming school sports year will be conducted safely? How can we feel safe sending our students to a campus within the district without any precautions being taken now? How are you going to prevent the pressures of attending such activities without repercussions to the students or families? One of your duties as a public school district includes you ensuring the safety of its students, teachers, coaches, administration, volunteers in your attendance. Please advise of how to obtain the answers to the questions posed and how the public can be made aware of these actions and precautions. Thank you from a concerned family with multiple students.
So Carl, this is Trustee Al-Jabbar. Just as a clarification point, Superintendent Matsuda, it was my understanding that we're still looking into it, and I don't think that we are encouraging any students to come on campus or start practices. Can you comment on that, please?
Ms.
Mike,
Matsuda, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jabbar. The coaches and the athletic directors have been informed of the district position regarding any activities happening prior to June 29th, any athletic activities which are prohibited. So we will look deeper into this and to determine if there's something that we need to follow up on. We appreciate the comments from the family member, and we assure you that safety of our students and staff and families are the board and the district's #1 priority. So thank you for that input.
Thank you very much, and please follow up with the board. Thank you.
Right, and also I'm not picking up on any identity of our public comments, and I certainly hope that we still have that so we can reach out to these parents. In other words, this was said it was a Kennedy parent, and that was all. So, Carl, I hope we still have the identity of who's making these comments so we can respond to them.
Yes, I am providing the names, and if they provided the city that they live in or if they're a district resident, I'm trying to make that clear. Some people did provide contact information. It is a part of our solicitation form. Some people chose not to. So if this one in particular was anonymously submitted.
I wish we could let our parents know, please don't make anonymous comments because we can't get back to you. And, if you don't let us know. When we have a meeting, people that come forward for public comments have to state their name and, usually city of residence, so we know who's commenting. So I wish that people on the online would do the same. They're sending this in, but we need to know who you are and where you are so we can respond. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And we do provide that opportunity. Unfortunately, we cannot require the disclosure of a name, but we do encourage people to do that.
Correct. And Carl, I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm getting, I know that our athletic, our field team is out there, and they're saying that they're not seeing this activity out there.
But we will double check. We know that the anonymous was from Kennedy High School, and especially if we know that much, so we will double check in that area. Want to make it clear to the members of the community, though, that there should be no practices allowed until after June 29th. We are still in the process of developing procedures and policies, and that goes with all student activities. They should not be at the school sites, and we have a chain of command regarding that. This is a public health pandemic that we are in the midst of, and public health takes priority over everything at this point.
Mike, aren't the campuses locked so these people cannot access the fields and within the schools without having somebody there to unlock?
That is correct, Mr. O'Neill, but it is possible because there are designated people who have keys, and we will do some further digging and sort of about this claim.
And Mr. Matsuda, just to follow up, we also have OCPS on our campuses 24/7. Right, well, from when we're not there working right now, and if they see folks on there, they are reporting back to us, and they are asking folks to leave if we have outside people on our campuses that we are not aware of. But currently, there are no facility agreements in place for anyone to be on our campuses.
Ms. Root, have we had any reports from the security?
Yes, we have had reports from security, and anytime we've had them, we have followed up with the school site to ensure that is not occurring. If it has occurred, or if it's outside folks, we've reviewed cameras to see if we can figure them out who it is so that we can stop the process. And we've been successful each time.
Thank you, Dr. Root.
Okay, so there are a couple of more comments. The next comment comes from Juan Gabriel Alvarez of Anaheim. My name is Juan Gabriel Alvarez. I am a DLA math teacher at Sycamore Junior High. I am about to start my 16th year of teaching in AUHSD, and my son will be entering 7th grade at Sycamore this fall. I'm writing to urge you to vote no on item 12.33, the Carnegie Learning Extension for 3 years at a cost of approximately $2.24 million. This math text is not the right fit for our students, especially emergent bilinguals and special education students. The lessons it facilitates are text heavy, hard to follow, and confuse most of our students by making nonsensical, far-fetched connections that do not relate socioculturally to our students. As a teacher, I find myself scrapping the lessons in the text and replacing them with self-created lessons or lessons borrowed from other AUHSD teachers that are more engaging and help students more efficiently attain mathematical concepts. I find ways to create instances of equity and access for my students that are not feasible when using the Carnegie materials as provided. Frankly, I have found the text and the lessons contained within the text to be barriers for many of our students. The Carnegie learning materials were provided to teachers in AUHSD as a pilot to supposedly test. Typically, a pilot involves teachers looking at different publishers with a process in place to have conversations about the pros and cons of each curriculum. Based on how everything has panned out, it is clear that there was no real intent to pilot the materials. Now the curriculum is up for consideration with no formal adoption process. There has not been a credible process for vetting the curriculum, no formal process to compare the curriculum to other options, no formal process to assess the cost or compare with other publishers, and no forum for real dialogue regarding effectiveness. Most math teachers district-wide would agree that Carnegie text is doing more to distance students from math than it is in making them feel connected. Within the first 8 years of my career as a teacher, I felt like I was able to connect with students and create mathematicians. Now it just feels like we are purposefully stifling their chance at connecting to mathematical thinking and disenfranchising them. Then there is the online component, math. If someone can help me with this, it's capital M-A-T-H-I-A. Is it Mathia or Mathia?
Mathia.
Mathia? Okay. Mathia. A closed $1 million expenditure for the Mathia platform would be a mismanagement of money that can be used to invest in teacher training and classroom materials, especially when with the existence of free platforms. A platform like Khan Academy provides content-specific review and assistance with personalized feedback and an easier-to-manage interface at zero cost. Again, I urge you to vote no and consider holding a real math curriculum adoption where stakeholders review multiple options before we make the mistake of disengaging our students from math for 3 more years. Knowing that Carnegie Learning is the curriculum that my son would have to work through worries me. I have the privilege of being a math teacher that will be able to fill the gaps for him at home. What about the rest of our students that do not have that luxury? I want better for my son and for all of the students in AUHSD. We have an equity and access issue at hand. Teachers have tried talking about this and our concerns with the department chairs, principals, curriculum specialists, and cabinet members on several occasions to no avail. Please vote no. Your time and commitment to our families is appreciated. And then our last general comment before we move on. Let me verify it is the last one. It is. Comes from Michael Arnott. Michael Arnott is commenting on the budget. Our organization, Children's Cause Orange County, has received input from Anaheim Union High School District parents and students that we work with that there needs to be more support for the following community priorities in the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. Number 1, alternative forms of discipline, including restorative justice approaches and improving school climate. Number 2, mental health resources. Parents and teens are concerned about a reduction in this area. Number 3, more support for parent engagement. Number 4, resources needed to ensure that 100% of students are college ready. We encourage the district to continue to improve mechanisms for parent and student input on budget priorities throughout the year, especially in light of pending COVID-19 federal funds availability that will be determined in the next few months. That concludes public comment.
You did a great job. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And thank you all for your comments. We appreciate
Excuse me, Anne Marie.
Yes, ma'am.
Anne Marie, would you please, I would like to have the teacher from Sycamore, whose son is going to be starting in the 7th grade, the math teacher. I'd like to know the number that he's asking us to not vote on. I thought it was 12.2.
It's 12.33.
Okay. I need clarification on that. I did not fully get everything he was saying. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Item 10.1, presentation, school dismissal and distance learning. Dr. Jaron Freed.
Thank you, Board President Randall Trejo. So for this morning, we have 4 items that we are going to share with you related to our COVID-19 school dismissal and distance learning process. Just to give you a quick overview of what we're going to be talking about this morning, I will start with a brief review and recap of how we finished the school year out with our seniors and talk a little bit about our graduation process per the request of Trustee O'Neill. And then from there, I will hand it over to Dr. Renee Bryant, who will give a detailed update about the work that we have done to support our English learners. Much like Celeste Kruger did a few meetings ago, Dr. Bryant will have the same opportunity this morning to do the same with our English learners. Then from there, Dr. Root will give a brief update, some timely updates as it relates to food services. And then we will finish our updates with our reopening of school updates with Mr. Colon and Ms. Gaeta. I do suspect that a lot of the questions you might have are centered around the reopening of schools. But I just want to remind the board that in about 2 weeks, we're going to have a very special board meeting that's going to go very deep with the reopening of schools. So I would suspect some of the questions you might have will be answered definitely during the next at the board meeting the next 2 weeks. Today's update is more timely around athletics, VAP, and some other things that Ms. Gaeta and Mr. Colon want to make sure you're aware of. So it's because it's timely to what we're doing at this time. Having said that, as you guys know, if you have questions, by all means ask them. But I do request that if you hold your questions to the end, because we may address some of the questions you have if you let us go through it. And then we'll take the time at the end to answer whatever questions you might have as it pertains to English learners, graduation, the reopening of the school, or food services. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and begin. And I'm going to talk just briefly about the graduation. So as we've stated before, we were in unprecedented times and had to really rethink about how we wanted to support our graduating seniors in a meaningful way, while at the same time being mindful of safety for both our students, our families, and of course our staff. And I'm just so grateful for the work of our site administrators, specifically our assistant principals who oversaw this process, and of course our district leadership, more specifically Dr. Egan's, Vidal Valdez, and then also Brad Manami. They did tremendous work in supporting our sites through this process. As you may recall, we began with the week of May 25th through May 30th, where we did our drive-through diploma pickup or our drive-through graduations. And again, being mindful of the guidelines and keeping people safe, we gave the schools the charge to keep things as consistent as we can. So one school wasn't upping another school, but then also making sure that we were being mindful of the guidelines that have been outlined by the county, by the state, and of course, our local county healthcare agencies. And our schools did a tremendous job. As you know, we did face some resistance from some families who were obviously concerned and wanted the more traditional graduation. But I'm proud to say, after going through that drive-through diploma process, some of the parents that were vocal about their concerns came back and said how pleased they were with the way that it went. The schools really did a masterful job of making students and families feel safe and also feel celebrated. In some cases, you had some families joking that they may prefer something like this in the future because they were in air conditioning, they got to be right next to their student when their pictures were taken, they didn't have to sit through 400 names, they weren't in the heat. So there were a lot of benefits, obviously, through this process. But of course, we understand the traditional ceremony is an important one, and we're hopeful that next year we'll be able to go back to that process. Then fast forwarding, as you know, as a board, we went above and beyond. Not only did we do the drive-through diploma pickup or graduation, but we also offered a virtual graduation. And I'm hopeful you were able to see at least one of those ceremonies. Again, making sure we were consistent across all of our sites. But the team did a fantastic job working with our outside vendor and our schools. You saw Mr. Matsuda give a welcoming. All of you participated to some extent doing the certification at the end. You had student speeches, and then you had, of course, the naming of individual students with their pictures. And even many of the students had an opportunity of a little quote or saying to recap their 4 years here with us in AUHSD. So overall, a lot of positive feedback in terms of how it went. We recognize it wasn't ideal because of the situation we're all faced with, but I'm just really proud of the work our sites and our district leadership went through to make this meaningful and relevant for our kids, despite the parameters that we were faced with. So I'm real proud of the work that went on, and that is our update with graduation. I know that our team was pretty tired after the 30th. They spent a lot of late nights working with the vendors to make sure everything was in line. And it wasn't an easy process. It was a lot of loose ends that need to be tightened up, but great job nonetheless. So that is our update with graduation. I would like to now turn it over to Dr. Bryant, who will give you an update regarding English learners and how we've supported these students during the COVID-19 and how we're continuing to support them during the summer as well. So Dr. Bryant, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you. Board President Randall Trejo, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, Executive Cabinet. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about the amazing work our teachers, classified staff, counselors, and administration did supporting our English learners, emergent bilingual, and multilingual students during this period of emergency distance learning. The systems of strong support we have for English learners and emergent bilingual students in the pre-COVID-19 work we did with our English Learner Task Force recommendations, district and site level English Learner Task Force teams, belief modules, English Learner shadowing, English Learner conferences, Teach Effects, English Learner Roadmap, English Learner Roadmap teacher toolkits, newcomer task force, newcomer education plans, and more made the transition to emergency distance learning more seamless for us and our students than other organizations. To ensure support of our English learner, emergent bilingual, and multilingual students, we provided the following. World language and English language development resources were curated and shared with our teachers via email and district distance learning resources links. Devices and hotspots were provided for English learners in need of both. Bilingual instructional aids were added to our Schoology platform, English language development and content area courses by teachers, and continue to provide assistance remotely to students. They continue to reach out to students as they normally do via email and phone to provide extra support to students and families. Our language program technician and language assessors checked in with over 300 newcomer students and their families using both the newcomer script we created and the telehealth script we were trained on by Dr. Adela Cruz. Transferred the paper to pencil syllabi literacy exams in Spanish, Korean, Vietnamese, and Mandarin to Google Form online assessment, assessed students for the syllabi literacy exam, and supported the CalPADS work. Our district English Learner Task Force continued to meet monthly, and our EL Task Force recommendations were updated by our team. Our site English Learner Task Force teams met monthly. Sites continued their work with the Belief modules and California English Learner Roadmap teacher toolkits during remote teaching and learning. Sites like Dale Junior High School continued facilitating professional learning based on the aforementioned modules and toolkits to help increase the capacity of their teachers to serve English learners in a distance teaching and learning format. Sites reached out to English learners of all typologies, making personal phone calls. Our newcomer task force met and continued planning and improving services for newcomer students. English learners at the emerging and beginning expanding levels continue to receive designated and integrated English language development, and English learners at the emerging through bridging levels continue to receive integrated English language development through their content courses. Dr. Freed, Mrs. Fujimoto, and I presented the district's work with English learners on the Californians Together Secondary Integrated ELD webinar on May 5th, 2020 for close to 300 educators all over California. The presentation was entitled Integrated ELD During COVID-19, Making Learning Meaningful, Relevant, and Engaging with the COVID-19 Capstone. 2 District English Learner DLAC presentations were held in April and May with near 80 people in attendance. Multiple meetings were held in support of our English learner, emergent bilingual, and multilingual students, and to keep English learner and multilingual services team members informed and connected. ELM's translation and interpretation services continue to be provided in Spanish, Vietnamese, Korean, and Arabic. The team provided emergency 24/7 services for crisis communication and completed over 300 IEP interpretations and pre-IEP family meetings. They also provided multiple language interpretation at virtual DLACs, Cambridge Virtual Academy, superintendent town hall meetings, and also did screencasts of Schoology directions in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Korean, and Arabic. World Language Department Chair meeting and dual language immersion leads, we met and collaborated to decide how to support students earning the seal of biliteracy, pathways of biliteracy, among other agenda items. We also shared best practices, resources, presentations, screencasts, articles from EL experts and distance and online innovation experts with our leaders. Our Become project grant, a grant made up of our district, Anaheim Elementary School District, Westminster School District, Cal State Fullerton, and the National Resource Center for Asian Languages participated in our final Become Project Module 3, Year 2, Pathway B participants. This marked our final activity event for our Become Project, which is funded by the California Department of Ed Bilingual Teacher Professional Development Project, and increase the capacity of our teachers, our classified employees, and our administrators to serve our bilingual and multilingual students. We continue to update our 2020 multilingual master plan for emergent bilingual, world language, and dual language immersion students to include remote teaching and learning best practices, update with guidance from CDE and federal guidance. And this plan will act as a living document to guide our district for serving our English learner, emergent bilingual, and multilingual students. In order to have the best and the most updated information for that plan, I did attend many CDE, federal, Californians Together, ELLI webinars to stay current on the latest guidance to be able to serve our students. And finally, I want to end the report with 2 celebrations. First, our Seal of Biliteracy and Pathway to Biliteracy 2020 data. The first year, this is a year that we exceeded both the number of Seal of Biliteracy awards and Pathway to Biliteracy awards given both by our district and Orange County Department of Ed. We were able to recognize over 1,096 students for earning the Seal of Biliteracy in 15 different languages. That does deserve a clap. And over 500 junior high school students earning the Pathway to Biliteracy from our district and also the Orange County Department of Education Pathways to Biliteracy Award. Thanks to our students, our teachers, our counselors, our coordinators, our assistant principals, our principals, and our English Learner Multilingual Services team for their diligent work, we were able to make sure that all those awards got to the sites in May so our students could receive their awards. So again, just as a reminder, there were 1,096 students in Anaheim Union High School District, more than last year during a pandemic, that earned the Seal of Biliteracy. And 41 of those students earned Triliteracy awards. And again, in 15 different languages. And I want to let you know that we added 5 new languages. So this year we were able to add Harati, which is from India, Khmer, which is a Cambodian language, Pashto, native to Pakistan, Romanian, and Russian. And not that that wasn't enough good news, but I do want to let you know, because this is extremely important to us, that 845 of those students are English learners and reclassified fluent English proficient students. It's very exciting. So last but not least, I wanted to give you an update on our California School Board Association Golden Bell award-winning program, Summer Language Academy. We planned it and then we pivoted it to virtual professional learning and courses for our students. And the SLA teachers, both certificated and classified, received virtual professional learning in culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy, best teaching practices. And we know from the 4 years of the research that Cal State Fullerton has done on Summer Language Academy that our teachers carry these practices back to the classroom with their own students, and they also share them with their teams. We're excited that the 6 educators from Anaheim High School and Sycamore Junior High School will go back to their sites and continue to use these virtually, culturally responsive best practices with their teams and with their students. So real quick with some SLA demographics, this year we were able to serve 58 students in 3 different classes from grade level 7th to 11th. And we have 9 students, or students that are from 9 different countries and speaking 8 different languages. And we just want to remind you that we have a great celebration planned. Unfortunately, we can't be face-to-face like we normally are, but our celebration is planned for Thursday, June 25th at 10 a.m. and it is virtual, and we're excited to see you there. This concludes my report. Thank you so much Board of Trustees, and Executive Cabinet, Superintendent Matsuda, for your support of our English learners, emergent bilingual and multilingual students. And now I would like to hand it over to Dr. Root.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. So again, I think all of our messages focus around the thankfulness we have and the appreciation we have for our staff who has been really making this happen. It's been an amazing opportunity for us to see the leadership emerge of all of our staff. And so to share a little bit from the business services side about how we have been reacting to the COVID-19 crisis. First and foremost, from that first Monday after we dismissed, we had our food services professionals up and going, serving meals to our families. We have currently to date served 732,400 meals to the local community. And remember that that number is also tempered by the reality that folks can go to any school they would like. And so our feeder tracks, all our districts have all had schools serving meals as well. And so really, if you were to multiply all those numbers together, the 5 cities that we encapsulate have had an amazing ability to be supported through for food services departments. We have 8 sites. Our highest week that we served was 67,624 meals. We are seeing that number decline significantly. This past week, we had 50,522 meals, and that is a typical decline. When we typically serve lunch during the summers, we watch families start out strong accessing it, and then they move away. This could be because folks are going back to work, and so children aren't getting to school to get it. It could be that people are resuming life and they're no longer feeling that there is the need for these meals as much as there was during the height of this crisis. However, we will continue to reevaluate our sites for the viability of continuing all of them, how many students we're serving, and the waiver that allows us to serve lunch in the way we're doing the grab and go model is good until August 30th. Orlando Griego, our Director of Food Services, and I had the opportunity to chair the Orange County Department of Education Reopening Schools Food Services Task Force, and was able to work with 5 amazing directors of food services to really look at what challenges and opportunities we will have when we start school in August. And so, whereas we may not have all the information yet, we have a lot of ideas that we can implement quickly once we know what we will be facing, both via the educational model and the waivers that will be available to us or not available to us via the USDA. We have begun to reopen our district office, and that entails just, I can't even think of how big of a thanks. I can't think of an adjective big enough for the thank you for Diana Gaeta, as she has really single-handedly did this and is truly working 24/7 for our district right now. This began with risk assessments. We evaluated which departments needed to be open. The recommendation for offices is still that if you can work from home, you should work from home. And we still are advocating that. If a person can do their work from their house successfully, we are asking them to remain at home at this time for their safety and the safety of the staff that is reporting to work. However, we know that there are a variety of employees that could not complete their work from home. And so we started with bringing back our maintenance and operations staff, and they have been out there providing their summer PMs on things like our HVAC systems. They've been out mowing the lawns and getting our schools back into shape. We reopened our warehouse. One thing is, once you open your maintenance and operations department, you need to be able to receive things for them to do their work. If you have them here and they need to get materials and they can't access them, it stops their work. And so our warehouse is back, came back part-time initially, and now that the load has increased, is back full-time. They've actually done some remodeling back in there with our mail area to make it so that it is more socially distancing or physical distancing for us. Part of this reopening were full risk assessments of each department, which now include that our offices are socially distant. For those of you that know my office, I have a table with 4 chairs. I can still have 5 people in my office, but they all have to sit in corners. They're no longer around a table. We've redone our conference rooms, and so they have a much smaller capacity than they've done before. We redid the boardroom, And when and if we ever return, we work collaboratively with our maintenance operations team, and our board members will have something that no other board will have. And I guarantee that, because it's an AUHSD special thing, and they are partitions that roll between each board member to be able to keep you distance, and they're plexiglass and they roll right in because of the closeness of that table. We then brought back our site custodial staff to begin our summer cleaning. We brought them back on June 1st. That included our plant managers as well as our custodians. Our athletic facility workers are also there. And then I really need to take this moment to thank AFSCME. One of the challenges we had was we had a large number of our bus drivers that, because we are not running a physical in-person extended school year, we're still at home, although being paid. And so AFSCME was very willing to work collaboratively with us. And so those bus drivers are now working their shifts on our school grounds, helping the custodians to clean the classrooms. And so we were very thankful. They made it very easy for us that when that request came, and they helped facilitate it. I'll say Adrian actually called every single driver that it impacted personally to find out their needs and their concerns, and I appreciate that. With our risk assessments, we have masks in place. We have health checks at every site, so you cannot get into the district without having a health check. I somehow did not make it officially onto a list this morning, and so our warehouse wasn't going to let me in the door, but fortunately they did acquiesce and let me in. And then, of course, physical distancing. One of the pieces with our maintenance staff was also that we employed a process where we do not allow employees to ride in cars together, again, for that physical distancing. So we have ensured that all of our maintenance and operations staff have their own vehicle to be able to go from site to site, so that we are again protecting our employees. Prior to the end of the school year, we have required all employees to do the integrated pest management training. I actually know even one of our board members was curious and completed the training as well. We're happy to send that to the rest of you if you're interested. And that allows all employees to be able to utilize the disinfectant wipes in their classrooms or in their offices to be able to keep surfaces clean as needed. As we have returned, as fully anticipated, we have had exposures, and we have been able to successfully implement an AUHSD tracking and tracing protocol that one of our superintendent's charges to us as a risk management department was, what are we going to do, not if something happens, but when something happens? And so Diana Gaeta, as Director of Risk Management, is working highly collaboratively with our Classified Human Resources Department, and they are talking to each employee that has any level of exposure, guiding them, helping them to support what types of leaves are available to them, so that we have a system that supports our employees and their safety. We also know as an organization that we are impacted by our feeder track districts just as they are impacted with us. And so we wanted to ensure that we have collaborative relationships with them. And so we did send out an invitation inviting our feeder elementary districts to meet with us to discuss their protocols and procedures for reopening schools in regards to the health, the risk management components. We were fortunate to meet with representatives from Anaheim Elementary School District, Cypress School District, and Centralia School District. We shared our processes with them. We also heard what they're doing and learned from them as well. And I really think they were strongly appreciative of us taking that initiative and reaching out. And again, something our superintendent truly wanted us to do during this time. We also, on the same vein, reached out to the North Orange County ROP. They're a small organization, as we all know, and they don't have a risk manager. And so Diana and I met with them for probably a good hour and a half and went over what we are doing, because their teachers are in our classrooms on our school sites, and we need to be able to create a collaborative relationship with them should something happen, so we ensure there are procedures and protocols. And then finally, some good news is one of the main concerns that we've had as a school district, as every school district has had, is the cost of the PPE and the costs of COVID-19. And so, yes, there have been state funds allocated. There's now 3 pots of CARES Act money. And then now we've also received some donations, and I just want to be able to publicly thank some of these organizations. We received from the State Council on Disabilities, which really was due to the relationship our district has with Brian Ton. We received 30,000 masks and a large amount of gallons of hand sanitizers, which we are giving out to our sites, and they were specifically designated for low-income students. So we distributed them to our sites based on free and reduced lunch, as well as on their enrollment. And then we also are receiving a large amount of PPE and cleaners from the governor. We're receiving both cloth and surgical masks for students and staff, face shields, hand sanitizers, and thermometers. And so we anticipate those arriving from OCDE. They're being funneled to the county office, and our warehouse staff will pick them up and deliver them. And then we will also get them out to the site. So we have a lot of work still to do. Very proud of the work that we have already done and our successes in it, and continue to appreciate the support we get in being able to safely bring folks back to work.
Thank you, Dr. Root. We're now going to turn it over to Mr. Colon and Ms. Gaeta, who will give an update regarding the reopening of schools. And as a reminder to the board, they will give a far more in-depth update in the 2 weeks at our next board meeting with all the aspects of the opening of schools. So Mr. Colon, Ms. Gaeta, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Freed. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Board President and Board of Trustees. I want to start by thanking our opening of schools task force. We have over 50 members that represent all stakeholders, and also our associations are all represented in our task force. Super proud of the work that we've done collectively. But as you can imagine, there's many moving parts constantly, and we're getting guidance almost on a daily basis. But our task force members have been meeting now for the last 2 months, as we not only have looked at the options for opening of schools, but also looking at all the components that go into ensuring that we maintain the health and safety as our #1 priority as we consider the reopening of schools. We will continue to meet and have continued to meet all the way through until we start on August the 12th. I want to mention the guidance that we have been following. First, from the Center for Disease Control, the guidance came out on May the 15th. Also, the California Department of Public Health, their guidance came out on June the 5th. And finally, the guidance from the California Department of Education came out on June the 8th. Those 3 are the main pieces of guidance that we have been following, along with our local health officials and guidance from them as well. In looking at all the guidance, there's some very key pieces that are overlapping in all of it, and I think you would I'm sure know that these are the things that we need to be focused on as we consider the reopening of schools. Physical distance is probably the most important, that keeps getting mentioned over and over through all of these guidances, ensuring physical distancing. Face coverings, again, another piece that is critical for the spread of COVID-19. So face coverings is another piece that is mentioned on all 3 guidances. Hand washing, constant hand washing, and the use of hand sanitizer, cleaning and disinfecting, both in terms of our classrooms and overall school facilities, and the monitoring of health, which includes the health screening, which has already been mentioned. All of these pieces are pretty much consistent across all the guidances. So for us, the foundation that we have been using is the strongest guidance. From them, we to work with our local public health officials, as we've mentioned, as directed by the state of California. In our opening of schools task force, we have moved forward 3 options for the opening of schools. And again, to ensure the health and safety of our students and our staff. I also want to remind you that these options could change as the guidance changes as we get closer and closer to the opening of schools. The first option that we have moved forward is a blended hybrid option. In this option, on Monday, students will be instructed in a synchronous or virtual way. All classes will be instructed. All students will be in instruction on, so that's on Monday. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, these will be in-person instructional days. Students will be coming onto campus, and for each day, only a third of the students will be on campus. This will allow for 10 to 15 students per class, which is the current guidance that we have gotten from the state. Again, 10 to 15 students per class is what will be with this model. And this is in person on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then Friday will be an asynchronous instructional day. So that is the blended model that we have moved forward. Second option is full distance learning. And for that model is very similar to what we currently have, which is that the state requires us to continue with distance learning, and all students will be instructed via distance learning or remote learning. In this case, we will have both synchronous and asynchronous instruction as well. The third option is full in-person learning. Again, if the state guidance requires us to come back full time, then we will maintain a full schedule with full, schedule full staff on our campus with students, continuing to ensure the guidance that is given to us at that time. So these are the three options that we are moving forward. But as we have mentioned before, the current guidance leans towards us implementing a blended or hybrid model on August the 12th as we begin school. I also want to mention that we do have two schools that will have a different schedule from the rest of the district, and that is Hope School and Oxford Academy. We are still working with those staffs to finalize those schedules. As you can imagine, they have unique schedules currently, and so we will make sure that the needs of those schools are met through this process. I also want to update you on athletics. I want to first start by thanking Mitch Olson, our district athletic director, who has been very instrumental in ensuring that we can return to practice in a very safe manner and healthy manner. And so he has formed committees that include all sports and representatives from all sports and coaches from across the district. And so we are following local, state, and federal guidelines as it relates to athletics. Our plan right now is to begin practice on June the 29th. That's Monday, June the 29th. We were given guidance from the National Federation of High School Athletics. That is the foundation of how the athletics will be rolling out. But what we've done is we've also overlaid the guidance from the California Department of Public Health over those guidance and that guidance. Also on August 12th, we received guidance from CIF, which is the governing body of athletics in California. So taking all that into consideration, the National Federation of Athletics has given the guidance in three phases: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. We have started, or we will be starting with phase 1, and we will not move to phase 2 or phase 3 until we get clearance and the guidance is and we've met the guidance as it relates to the guidance from the Public Health Department. So again, we will be implementing phase 1 on June the 29th. So that will be for fall sports. And fall sports include football, girls volleyball, boys water polo, cross country, girls golf, girls tennis, and cheer. All coaches in these sports will be trained and be expected to follow the phase 1 guidelines of the National Federation of High School Athletics and the guidelines outlined by the California Department of Public Health. At this moment, we do not have any guarantee that there will be any competition of any kind when schools reopen. And so we will wait for that guidance as we get closer and closer to the year, but also we will not move into phase 2 or phase 3 or competition until we get the guidance from the local, state, and federal officials. The last thing I want to mention in terms of athletics is that we will continue to work with our coaches and ensuring that all of these are adapted to the individual sports and that all guidance is being followed at all times. I also want to give you an update on VAPA. I want to start by thanking Brian Belsky, our Vision Performing Arts Coordinator for our district, who is doing an amazing job. He also has formed a committee representative of all VAPA areas, both at the junior high and senior high level, to really look at how is VAPA going to look like when we return to school. And as you can imagine, it's going to be very different from area to area. And he has worked very closely with some of our top teachers and really not only looking at the instructional piece, but also how do we ensure that we continue to meet the guidelines outlined by the California Department of Education and the California Department of Public Health. And so just to give you a couple of updates as it relates to that, in looking at our visual arts, we will be providing individual kits for each of our students that is in the visual arts. One of the guidance that is very clear is that students are not to share equipment or materials. And so we will be purchasing individual kits, and this all came from our teachers. They looked at what was necessary. They created units that would be instructed and what materials would be necessary to complete those units for those students. And it was actually very remarkable that for each of those kids, it was very reasonably priced, so we can purchase those for our students across our district. In addition, for our band, one of the concerns was sharing instruments, as you can imagine, another guidance that was very clear. So we will be purchasing additional musical instruments for our junior high programs, again, to ensure that we are following those guidelines. We have, like I said, some amazing band programs. We probably have the best band programs, VAPA programs overall, Southern California, if not the state. Very proud of all of our programs. But I also want to give you an update on our marching bands, because I know that that's also been a question that has been posed in terms of how we're doing marching bands. And so one of the things that we have been notified on is that all championship competitions for marching bands have been canceled for the fall. And so what that means for us is obviously we wouldn't be competing in the marching band competitions, but we will be adapting and modifying marching band for our students and our programs. And so our marching band directors have been working very diligently with Brian Belsky, who was as you know, the band director for the Savannah Mighty Marching Band, who is outstanding. And so working with them and how are we going to modify to continue to provide an experience for our marching band students. Again, I want to thank all of our VAPA teachers who are working to ensure that the instruction stays at the highest level and vibrant and engaging for our students as it has been up to this point. And as Dr. Freed also mentioned, we will provide you a more comprehensive report from everything from how are we going to enter school, exit school, passing periods, lunch periods, etc., when we meet on July the 2nd for the study session. So again, thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it over to Diana Gaeta, which has done an amazing job at all facets, has been working with just about every team and ensuring that we are safe and that we are doing everything in accordance with our guidelines. So Ms. Gaeta.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for everyone. I have to say that while it is a tremendous job, I certainly don't have expertise in all of the areas that this COVID-19 has thrusted us into. So I rely on a lot of our resources, both in-house and out-house. So I have to say that I definitely don't do it alone, but yes, it is an all-consuming task to ensure the safety of our staff and our students. Along with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, California Healthcare Agency, Center for Disease Controls, we also have to follow the guidelines of Cal OSHA and OSHA as well. So when we put all of those together, we want to ensure that we are protecting fully the folks that are coming onto our sites. And so we started off by communicating to our staff the protective measures that the district put in place probably 6 weeks ago. And so Dr. Root helped me compose that correspondence for all of our employees that checks the boxes from all of the guidance that we need to outline to our employees. They included things such as our face coverings. They included a link as to how to properly wear a face covering, how to properly remove a face covering, your social distancing. You also have information regarding reducing the spread, which is your hand washing, and when you don't have soap and water, sanitizer is a good alternative as well. Again, that we know cleaning and disinfecting is also going to be a huge new inclusion in our duties that we all have to take ownership over. So the integration of the IPM for all employees assists in facilitating that we don't have to continually see who is cleared to receive the disinfectants. And of course, that frees up resources for all of the other tasks that are, this new normal is going to require on us. In addition, there is an obligation to impart education, both on students and staff. So for that, I leaned on our certificated HR. Scott Jensen has provided me with a module for staff training with the options that we need to impart. And I can tell you that he spun something out for me very, very quickly. We're at the tail end of rolling that out. It wasn't enough to go on Keenan Safe Schools. We were missing just a few boxes, and we want to do this right. So I can tell you that as a risk manager, I'm a conservative risk manager. And so that means that I'm going to ensure that every single box is checked, every I is dotted, and every T is crossed. So the products that were available to us did not do that for us. And so we went out and completed our own training. And it's concise, and it makes sure that we're using the information from those agencies such as CDC. And when there aren't videos, we're using the PDF flyers available to us to make sure that those employees are getting that information. As a follow-up to that, we also have training that has to be imparted on our students as well. So knowing that we are going to be bringing back athletics in a very limited form, that has now moved up the priority list, and we will get that student training underway. As we mentioned before, health screening, we have about 150 health screeners across the district. Once we bring back athletics very soon, we'll have about over 225 screeners across the district. Know that, again, I relied on one of our internal resources, Veronica Medina, who's also a nurse practitioner. So she ensured that the process, included an FDA-approved low-resolution, no-touch thermometer. We worked together for the process. We created a video so that we could utilize a trainer of trainers, and everyone received the exact same information. It's imparted in an email. It gives kind of tidbits of more hints, if you will, on how to have a successful health screening. We created a risk management email so that those screenings can be sent over to either email or to me directly. Risk management will maintain those using confidentiality protocols. And so, as you can imagine, that's growing bigger and bigger. So we'll have to, everything we say is for the now. I can't tell you what we're going to be doing 6 weeks from now, but I can tell you that very quickly we outgrow our own processes. So, but making sure that we're getting those, knowing that we are a large school district, knowing that we have a lot of families that work for our school districts and their students attend our schools, we know that we had to prepare for exposures. So I looked at the Johns Hopkins online contact tracing program. It's actually about a 12-hour program, but I identified on the actual communication that needed to get the information that we needed to get. And using that information, then we created a health screening tracker that once we have that conversation with that employee, we are then able to input that information into the health screening tracker. HR then takes over at the leaves portion once we have an outcome and once we know what leaves they need to utilize. Again, this is one of the areas that very quickly we're going to outgrow in risk management, and we're already working with classified HR to train staff there. And, just again, because of our numbers, we know that we may very well have to ask for additional resources to be sure that they are able to manage contact tracing. Because what I can tell you is that if done correctly, contact tracing can take up to 4 to 5 hours. you're actually reaching out to that employee, you're having a conversation with them, you're establishing a rapport, because at the end of the day, this is their private healthcare information. And so you want to be sure that you're protecting them. You want to assure them that you're protecting them. And then there's the follow-up, right? We need to make sure that they've reached out to their physician. We need to make sure that they got to that testing. We need to make sure that they're following up with their doctor for the results. And we want to make sure that they get over to utilize those appropriately.
Diana,
yes.
Quick clarification. You mentioned health screeners, and then you also mentioned contact tracers. I'm assuming these are the same, or are you saying health screeners are just basically checking for what do you call it, your temperature, and then we're having a separate set of folks who are being trained as contact tracers?
Yes, I apologize. I actually moved over into our health, our contact tracing health, our tracker. So I apologize. I transitioned, moved on from the health screening. Now we're talking contact tracing. So right now, the majority of the contact tracing is being performed by me. Melanie Thomason is supporting that, but very soon, other staff members in the classified HR department will also be trained because it simply can't be performed by one or two folks. It takes quite a bit of time. So there are folks in the district office, folks that are trained in confidentiality and know how to maintain that. Those are your folks that you want to conduct your contact tracing. So the next area that we talked about is risk assessment, right? So risk assessment are typically performed by people that are educated in the OSHA requirements for risk assessment. You have to be knowledgeable in how to assess, identify, control, and mitigate the risk. So knowing that I'm one person, knowing that I'm not able to get out to our 20 large sites, but knowing that we have a great group of very well-abled administrators, we again went to our trainer of trainer models and basically created a video that imparted on administrators at their school sites how to implement controls. And so controls are how you mitigate the hazard. Our hazard is infection, right? How do you control that? And so the training gave them tools. It gave them a chart, a form. It simplified the process for them so that they were able to look at the key areas identified and indicate how they were going to create those controls. Know that this is a process that I meet with each principal regularly. I'm meeting with them if they have any questions in between. I'm meeting with them after they've looked at their priority areas, and I'm meeting with them after they've made some changes as necessary. So they're definitely receiving support. I'm not leaving them out there unsupported. But in the meantime, what I'm doing is I'm working on the other parts of the risk assessment that can be used as a whole for the district. So working with our sites, we have the vast majority completed with the priority areas. The priority areas, for your information, are those areas that support our clerical staff, because they are the ones that we know are returning starting with the beginning of July. And so we're just prioritizing who's coming back first, and are those areas safe for them to return, knowing that we have, in coronavirus world, we have good time right now for this one area. So I am meeting with all of the schools. After we got the schools off and running, then I turned my attention to the district office, specifically every single department and every single coordinator and director. We have trained the business division. They are, again, almost done with all of their risk assessments. We're meeting, actually, I'm sorry, I lose time. We met with about half of education yesterday. We'll be meeting with the other half when they're back from non-duty in a couple of weeks. And then they got off to a really great start. They were already saying, stay behind, let's have talks. So that's on its way as well. And we're doing the same for HR. So supporting them and making sure that every area, every staff member is safe for them to return, and making sure that they have all the support they need. And then finally, just supporting the other areas such as athletics, registration, all of the areas that Mr. Colon spoke about, and making sure that our communication is always clear, and making sure that employees and parents in our community feel know that what we are doing. And so part of that is making sure that our illness and injury prevention program, as required by Cal OSHA, is up to date with the coronavirus program. And so I am working on that, making sure that we adhere to a requirement by Cal OSHA that every employer shall have a coronavirus mitigation plan. So that is one of the things that will fall under risk management. We'll take care of that on behalf of the district. Working really hard to just make sure that we cover as much as we possibly can in order to protect not only our staff, but our students, but our community as well. We know that we're a very tight-knit community, and one exposure can impact multiple sites across the district. And so for us, it becomes even more important to ensure that we have tight protocols in place, and we're doing the very best that we can for our staff and students. That's all.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you, Mr. Colon. So Board President Randall Trejo, I know we've spoken about how blessed we are to have the team that we have, but it's been remarkable to see everything that we're doing unfold, given the urgency around all that's going on. And as I said, I think July 2nd, we have our study session. That really will be a great space for district staff and board to really dialogue about the logistics about what this is going to look like. And then we'll have, because that's the only thing on the agenda. So we'll really be able to go deep on that day to really talk more about what this is going to look like. But that concludes our report. I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, thank you so much. And I hear you. I will hold my question for that meeting. This was an amazing report. Thank you so much. And how did we get so lucky to get Diana? I just don't know. But thank you, everyone. I know how hard you've been working, and go on your vacation. Thank you. You're on your vacation. Let's let everybody know. My goodness, and you're here at a board meeting. So thank you so much, Jaren, and thank you, everybody. Please take time for yourselves. Okay, we need you in the fall, ready to go, and but you do really need to take some time for yourselves. So I'm just with that moving on to 10.2 public hearing, opening public hearing on the 2020-21 proposed budget. Did we have any more public comments?
We did not receive anything other than the budget comment read previously.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm turning this over to Jennifer Root. Your microphone.
Sorry about that. So good morning is something I don't think I've said in a presentation to a board ever. And so good morning, Board President Randall Trejo, Board of Trustees, Mr. Matsuda, Cabinet, and our staff and community. So the other thing I've not done yet in a board meeting is actually presented a PowerPoint via this process. So I'm going to post my presentation on the screen. What that probably will mean is that I won't be able to definitely see your faces. So I'm going to ask if you can hold questions to the end. If you can't, please feel free. You'll just have to speak up. But I'm going to try that now. So let's see how the success goes. So you should see my slideshow right now. And so probably if I had to entitle this, I would have changed the title from Proposed Adopted Budget 2021 to a topic of A Tale of Two Budgets. And the reason for that is that currently we are in a position where we have been presented with two very, very different options of what may happen in our fiscal future as districts throughout the state. And so to start to just again thank the contributors, truly every person that has involvement in our budget is a contributor. One thing to really point out this time is many of you don't realize that when Jerry Chenarian does the budget for adopted budget, she's really managing two budgets. She's managing the conclusion of the 1920 district budget and ensuring where our actuals came out and adjustments as need be. And then she's building based on that, the 2021 budget. And in addition to that, based on what we know our needs are, I requested that she create a scenario 2 2020-2021 budget, and she was able to do that as well. And so kudos to her for not only working with two budgets this year, but three, so that we have the best information to be able to provide to you today as our Board of Trustees. As many of you know, the legislature did propose a budget to the governor on the 15th of June, which is required of them to continue to be paid. The governor then has until June 30th to act on that budget. And so we should, within the next 12 days, hopefully know what our situation is. So you're going to hear two scenarios today, and hopefully you'll understand the differences between the two. So each year, our Board of Trustees must authorize an operating budget by June 30th. It is held at a public meeting, and a public hearing must be held, which is what we just did. We then submit the adopted budget to the Orange County Department of Ed, and then it goes to California Department of Education as well. Because we must act on what we know at the current time, the data points being used for this budget we're presenting for approval today are based on the governor's May budget. Within what you've received narrative disclosures, our supplemental documents, our multi-year projections. Legally, we are required to do current year and 2 additional years. In Anaheim Union, because we are such a large organization, we have very strategically added a 3rd out year, which allows us to pivot as needed and to be able to respond very thoughtfully to any issues we may see in our future. You also have our budget stabilization plan and then the required state forms. So beginning as always with our financial trends and analysis, we have our enrollment data, and as you can see, it continues to be where we are experiencing significant decline as a school district. And the state, over 50% of the districts statewide have declining enrollment. The highest results of decline have actually been targeted into Orange County and into Los Angeles County as the 2 most impacted districts or counties. Over this 9-year period, this results in a 3,754 student decline in enrollment. And just looking out from 2019-20 for the next 4 years, we are anticipating a decline of 1,927 students. One thing we did build into our data was an additional 1% enrollment drop because of COVID. This year, because we've had some changes in our enrollment, we actually consulted with a company that we presented to you at a board meeting earlier this year in a study session. Their data did come out very similar to what we had already projected, so it did validate that. But we made a decision as a cabinet to recommend a 1% additional decrease because of COVID-19, knowing school students may A, not be returning to the classroom, or B, because of the economy, may be moving out of Orange County. We feel that that could have been a higher percentage, but we feel with the board's swift action in approving the Cambridge Virtual Academy, allowing families to have virtual online experiences, that we will have a lesser decline than we would have had we not been able to swiftly do that. That translates into our average daily attendance, and you see a similar projection for that data. However, just to caution that this is based on the current ADA model. At this point, we do not know what our average daily attendance will be based on. We were provided a hold harmless for the end of last year, and that they moved what is called our P2 attendance window up to the end of February and held districts harmless for the remaining months of school based on the COVID-19 school closures. We also currently, there's not actually at this point funding for extended school year for our special education students, which has typically been an average daily attendance model. However, based on reaching out and working collaboratively with our Teachers Association, both Lisa Eck and Grant Schuster were able to reach out to state organizations with CTA and advocate on behalf of all districts for that. And was very excited to get a message from Grant the other day that there is trailer language being proposed to hold districts harmless for extended school year. And I know that's over about $500,000 for our district. So we'll be very happy to see that trailer language. So we don't know what ADA will look like at this point. Hopefully after the governor's budget is signed, there will be language in there that will help us to be able to give you a better sense of what that will look like for us for the future. So you then look at our revenue. Our unrestricted and restricted revenues are $373.4 million. As you can see, The lion's share of it is state revenue. Approximately 92% of our budget projected for next year will come from the state of California. And so what we know from that is as the state economy goes, so does the school district economy. And that's where we're seeing issues right now. The economy's been a challenge because it was already starting to enter a recession, but then COVID-19 exacerbated that. And now we have a lot of unfilled informational gaps at the state level, which then translates into budgetary issues for the school district. Another way of looking at that same data, how do we receive our dollar? And so you can see most of it again is through the state. And so we want to watch that. One of the areas we receive funding in is our unduplicated pupil count. And I'd added this chart last year just to remind the board that this has been what may not seem like a large percentage, but a very volatile figure for us. We've been as high as over 74% and projecting to go, we've gone down just over 71%. And this is based on 3 categories of students: our free and reduced lunch students, our foster youth, and our English language learners. With our free and reduced lunch students, it will be interesting to see in the next year if we maintain waivers from USDA and all children can eat for free, there's not going to be a motivation to necessarily turn in that free and reduced lunch form. And so at that point, I think we would be reaching out again to the state to advocate for some sort of hold harmless for our unduplicated pupil count. And this percentage translates into additional supplemental concentration grant dollars for our district, which allows us to increase or improve services for our children that are unduplicated pupils. So once we have our money, we need to look at how we spend our money. And so currently, based on next year's budget that we're presenting to you, we have 84% of our budget going towards salaries and benefits. A point to note is that that is an increase from second interim. At second interim, it was 71%. So as our budget shrank, we've been able to make some reductions outside of our salaries and benefits. And so our salaries and benefits are now becoming a larger portion of our district budget expenditures. Again, a similar way to see the same information. So when we built the budget, we again worked on the assumptions that were provided through the governor, through School Services of California, and through the Orange County Department of Education. And currently right now, the recommendation is a 0%, what they're now calling COLA and augmentation, and that refers to the cost of living adjustment. At second interim, it was projected to be, I think it was 2.29%. There was it was actually predicted it would raise to 2.31%. And then when it came through it's now predicted at what's considered a 0%. But also, if you look under that in red, there's a budget grant proration rate, and that is a negative 7.92%. So if you just take the dollars that we received last year as a school district, not only are we not receiving COLA, but we're receiving 7.92% less dollars than we received in 2019-20. You'll also see a decline in funded ADA of 504 students. Because we are a declining enrollment district, that 504 student decline is based on last year's decrease in enrollment and ADA. So not based on our additional add for the COVID, this is based on last year's data. Our unduplicated percentage is at 73.01%, and our 3-year rolling average, which is what we're funded on, is at 73.29%. So within that budget, our changes to our expenditures, we did, Jerry did an amazing job at going into each line item, looking at where we could continue to tighten our belt, where we could look at where we had money. We made reductions for staffing and enrollment decline. We made the appropriate increases for step column longevity, health and welfare, PERS and STIRS, and again, contributions to special education. But also, it is very important to note that the board understand that we have a global reduction of $10 million in response to the governor's May budget proposal. What that means is we have not identified those reductions. We have not made those reductions. What we are saying is that in order to pass our budget, we need to make, beginning July 1 of 2020, so 12 days away, we need to begin the process to identify $10 million in reductions for the 2020-2021 school year. We, as explained a little bit earlier, as a school district, because of ensuring that we are fiscally solvent, because we are such a large responsibility to our employees, we are required to provide that we are fiscally solvent for the current year and 2 out years. We do project a 3rd year out, and we'll share that with you as well. So based on the next 3 years, they are putting a COLA figure in. So in 21-22, it is 2.48%, but then they are saying that there is a proration of 12.18%. In 22-23, they're saying there is a COLA, but then it's a proration of 14.9%. And the same thing in 23-24. They're assigning a COLA, but then they're prorating it, and which in effect means they're taking that COLA away and still maintaining that 7.92% reduction of our budget. In decline in funded ADA, in 21-22, you will notice the decline in funded ADA of 650 students. That is due to the number we previously held there based on our projections. Again, along with a figure of approximately 290 students that we anticipate we could lose due to COVID-19, due to people leaving the area because of the economy or not returning to schools. And so that we were conservative in that. I know we've talked previously of numbers that could be up to 5%. There's no way to project this. So we did a projection that we feel is adequate, but we also feel is conservative in some ways as well. Our unduplicated count percentage stays fairly stable, a small loss each year projected. And then you see the declines of 573 students or ADA and 347 ADA. We did not make any additional reductions to those. Those are the numbers that are being projected for the future. We had felt that the impacts because of COVID would occur in this first year. And if we see that that is continuing into out years, we will make those reductions at further budgets. So the budget stabilization plan was actually a document created by our district and adopted by our board back in 2016-17. It was a projection with reductions scheduled in each year. We actually were very fortunate that because as money became available, we were able to work collaboratively with our associations to be able to shift some of those reductions out to outer years to again be able to save positions as long as we really felt we could. So we've added to this. We still have the same reductions we've had previously, but we have moved some of them up. We have moved up 3 assistant principals. They were slotted for reduction in 2021-22. We were able to do that early for savings. We reduced 2 counselors as well. And then identified reductions at the end of this year, or for CSEA, it's December of 2021. We still have 1 assistant principal, 1 counselor, 26 teachers as a result of the student load MOU, 11 office assistants, 2 campus aides, and 3 attendance supervisors. What is new to this document is the last bullet, which is the inclusion of $10 million in ongoing reductions for each of 3 years. So in 2021, it's 10 million, and then it's an additional 10 million in 2021-22, which would mean overall a combined 20 million that year. The 3rd year, 2022-2023, is an additional 10 million, which again would be 30 million in cumulative reductions by that year. How we put them into the budget, because they've not been identified, is we divided it up utilizing the same percentages as our expenditures. So we didn't want to put all of them into either our supplies or our external services. because we know that it's going to be across the board. And so we put it in by percentages so that we were able to put it in to what would look like something that may actually happen. But that, of course, would be up to a committee or a group that would need to convene to identify the reductions. And then we will report specific recommendations for reductions at either the 45-day budget revision or at the first interim budget report in December. Our multi-year plan, as you can see, I start you always by saying, if you'd go to the bottom right-hand corner, you will see that for 2023, 2024, we did not attempt to make that positive. That would have been, as you can see, another approximately $10 million in ongoing reductions we would need to make that year positive. In the change in fund balance line, you see 4 red numbers, which means that each year we are spending more than we are receiving in revenue. So our fund balance is decreasing over that time. You will also see that if you go down under the projected ending fund balance under assigned, is that through this budget that we are presenting, we are slowly eliminating the additional 3% reserve that the board allowed us to carry for volatility in our budget. And so we've taken a little bit out of it each year until it is gone at the end of 22-23. And the other thing that this budget contains is that we've been able over the past few years to build up a solid budget for textbook adoptions. And so that would look the same thing. We took some of it each year, and this would zero out that budget. Again, things that we don't want to do, but we would need to do, because if not, we would have had to increase that $10 million in ongoing reductions. Our reserve for economic uncertainty, we are always legally required to have a 3% reserve. If you were to look at that 2023-24 school year, obviously to make that negative $9 million zero, we would not have our negative 3% reserve. We would only have about $2 million of that, so about 20%. One area I always caution you to look at is our structural deficit within our district. Just like in your household, if you spend more than you receive each month, eventually you will utilize your savings or max out your credit cards. And so with a school district, we have our ending fund balance, which would be thought of as our savings account. And so each year we are spending more than we are receiving. And you can see that that number with the governor's proposal grows to, in 2023-2024, $33 million in structural deficit. And so what that would show is, even though we're negative $9 million in 2023-2024, if we added in that $9 million, when we get to 2024-25, if there's not a change in how schools are funded, we would have to make a significant amount of additional reductions. So from there, we now have budget scenario 2. And what we tried to predicate this on was what we assume from the legislative proposal. And so, whereas we made some assumptions of this personally, because there is no proposal out there that contains all of the data we need, we actually, we added, this is how we created this particular scenario. We based it on fully funding the COLA in both 2020, 2021, and the out years, which also included the elimination of that prorated figure. We restored the CTEIG money, which again is approximately $1.6 million a year for our school district. We continued to include the $2.3 billion that is in both budget scenarios for funding relief for the employer statutory contributions towards STRS and PERS. And then we, from the AUHSD perspective, we eliminated the $10 million in reductions in each of the years that we had put them in. So based on those budget scenario assumptions, this would be what our budget would look like. We would still be having a reduction in our ending fund balance every year, but you can look at that bottom corner of our available reserves, that is a much healthier number, moving from negative 9 million to positive almost 31 million. We still continue to have a structural deficit, and we continue to watch it grow. And so again, something we would have to grapple with and work to eliminate if we're going to continue to have funding in out years. And so what are the challenges that are leading to these issues? Obviously, first and foremost is the COVID-19 and the funding from the state. But really, one of our biggest funding issues continues to be the local control funding formula model was fully implemented in 2018-19. And we are currently living in a cost of living adjustment or COLA environment. Right now, COLA is slotted to be 0 for 4 years. It has been between anywhere from 0 to mid 3s in the past 4 to 5 years. Yet school services will say, based on our needs for step and column, our needs for health and welfare, for STRS and PERS, and for basic increases, we need approximately 4%. And so every year, this implementation of an educational funding model that is a deficit model in itself, it's not fully funding schools, it's fully funding the local control funding formula. We need to see a change there. We also have our student enrollment decline, and I'll show a slide. So next year, based on our 504 ADA that we are declining at a cost, we typically receive $10,415 per student on average. Our lost revenue for that is $5.2 million. So then you look at how do you account for that in your budget? So if you just look for what typically is changed, that it's the teachers. We typically, at the end of each year, we evaluate how many teachers we need for the next year. So if you looked at 504 students, it would be 16 teachers at our contractual 32-to-1 ratio, and that's approximately $1.6 million. School services created this model, and they estimate about $400 per ADA in miscellaneous savings. So that's still $1.8 million. What that means is outside of the classroom and that relief of teachers for the number of students reducing, the district still needs to identify $3.4 million in reductions to offset that. And so that's often the part that we don't look at each time we have a decline that we need to keep in our line of sight. So if you look at our funding decline overall, this would be the projection over the next 4 years. So in 2023, 2024, simply for the one factor of our declining enrollment, we would be receiving approximately $20 million less than we currently receive. STRS and PERS, this is actually an area where we've had some level of relief the last year and 2 years actually now. But you can see that back in 2012-13, we paid 8.25% for STRS for our certificated employees and 11.42% for our classified employees. You can see those numbers have continued to grow. I'm not sure if it would be statistically exponentially, but it feels exponentially when we place it in our budget. And so currently for 2020-2021, we are seeing a 16.15% for STRS and a 20.70% for PERS. So what that means is for every $100 that we pay for a teacher salary or certificated employee salary, that includes our administration, we pay $16.15 toward the employer contribution for their retirement. For a classified employee, that dollar figure for every $100 would be $20.70. This year, again, last year and this year, the governor has applied some level of relief. And so that is why we see the decline in STRS and not as quick an increase in PERS. But if you look at the 3 piles of dollar bills at the top of the page, you can see that back in 2012-13, for every student, we were paying approximately $594 towards retirement. When we come out to 2023-24, for every student, we'll be paying $1,537. So that's over tripling of the cost of our STRS and PERS based on a per student factor. Health and welfare, and this chart is a little misleading, so I want to take a moment to explain it. So as I always say, we have an outstanding health and welfare committee. I know from our board of trustees, we have Trustee Piercy and Trustee Smith on the committee, and they know the hard work that goes into it. You can see that back in 2009-10, we were paying about $39.9 million in our health and welfare benefits for our employees. For 2019-20, that amount is estimated to be $54.2 million. We do a fabulous job at cost containment and trying to reduce the costs of our health and welfare. We also know that as all things go up over time, health and welfare also does so. You'll see that for 2020-2021, we are projecting a $53.1 million. And part of the reason for that decline is not that we were able to do anything that created that savings. That is based upon a reduction of employees due to that, the staff we've already reduced early this year, as well as that $10 million in employee reduction that we are assuming we will make. So we were actually anticipating, Karen Orr did a calculation for this, and we were anticipating approximately a $1.9 million increase in health and welfare from last year to this year in overall costs. So the decline you're seeing is not apples to apples from 2019-20 to 2020-21. That is with a significant $10 million reduction, which approximately $8 million of that is out of salary and health and welfare. We continue to see the cost of special ed increase. We have been typically funded on an ADA model, and as we've seen ADA decline in school districts, we have seen caseloads in special education increase. Each year, we are consistently adding special education classes to meet the needs of our students, as well as we're seeing placements in non-public schools or in smaller class sizes based on the needs that they hold. Over time, you can see that we are in 2017-18, and again, I haven't seen this updated yet. We were paying as a district approximately 66% of the cost of special education was funded by school districts, with 8.4% being funded by the federal government and 25.7% funded by the state government. So although this is a legal mandate, it is a woefully deficiently funded mandate. However, this year we do have good news on the horizon in both proposals. There is support for additional funding for special education based on an additional dollar figure for ADA. And so currently right now we receive approximately $552 per ADA of all students, not just special education students, for special education. The governor's proposal is to raise that to $645. I believe the legislature's proposal was around $625. At the $645, that would generate approximately $2.5 million in additional dollars for special education, but that we would still be having a general fund contribution and tens of the millions of dollars from our general fund to still support special education. But we do appreciate and applaud the state for recognizing this impact to school districts and for both sides making recommendations to help start to mitigate that. So next steps are that we would, in another item, we will ask the board to take formal action to approve the 2021 adopted budget, and then we will submit it to the Orange County Department of Education by June 30th. Again, as soon as the budget is adopted by the governor and the state, we will begin to analyze it, plug in the figures that we receive, the assumptions into our budget, and be able to come up with something. Because when we look at the tale of two budgets, we have, what I feel like we have is two extremes. I think that everybody out there, and I saw this in CSBA in an article yesterday, we don't think it's going to be the governor's budget or the legislature's budget. We think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. And so at that point, we need to see where that middle ground lies. We also need to be cautious to remember that even if the budget is approved on June 30th, there's still a lot of unknowns at the state level. Property tax or income tax was delayed until July 15th. So the state does not know what type of completely property taxes they're going to receive. We don't know how long our economy will be impacted by COVID. And so those are things we still need to be cautious, and we need to be conservative in the future because we could still have unexpected decline regardless of which budget was passed. So I'm going to stop sharing and say any questions that I can answer for you today.
Wow, how was the roller coaster ride?
I shared with our superintendent that, I either can take a budget crisis or a pandemic, but we can't do both at the same time. So somebody needs to figure that out for us, because one is hard, two is rough. But ultimately, like I think Jaron shared at the end, and I think you shared it, President Randall Trejo, we have an amazing team. We have tough decisions we have to make, but we're making them. And, we always have the vision of the board, knowing what is most important in educating our children, as well as keeping our employees safe. And so we have that lens to look at every decision through.
Thank you
I just think we need to really shout out to federal government to start funding more that they're supposed to. They're supposed to fund 40% and they're down at 8%. This is outrageous. These unfunded mandates, and we all need to start screaming loud and clear, not just for state, but for federal. It just really irritates me.
That's very true. Anyone else have any questions, comments?
I'll just say, Jennifer, as always, it's a great presentation, and I know we got some tough times ahead, but I think as a team, we've always pulled through. So I know that we'll come through on top with this. I do want to give a shout out to all our affiliate union leadership and the team. I think they're basically, one, they understand the crisis that we're in, and I'm glad that they're all working with us closely to get things done. It's tough. Now, having said that, I just wanted to correlate I know it's not a specific budget question to this particular presentation. I know we got the coronavirus or corona relief. I think it's about, what, $6 million, correct, Jennifer?
So there are actually going to be 4 pots of money that we will receive for coronavirus relief. The first one was SB 117 money, which was approximately $500,000. The second was what is called the ESSER money from the CARES Act. That was about $6.8 million. There will be something called GEER money, GEER, which is a learning loss mitigation funding. And then there's a 4th pot I actually read about last night for the first time, and they have not figured out how they're allocating it yet.
So far, what has come to the district? I know they're all allocated, but in terms of us having it in on hand to.
So the only thing we have received currently for our district is the initial $500,000. I believe that the ESSER money, I've not heard that we've received it as of yet. We've set up the budget. We're applying expenditures there, anticipating that it is coming. But we've not seen that cash to my knowledge.
Okay, so the second question that I have, I know when Diana was making her presentation, she had mentioned, and I think even Manuel making presentations on purchasing, kits for our VAPA students and all that. I'm assuming all that is going to be coming out of these pots which we are receiving, correct?
It absolutely, until it runs out. We divided up the money as a cabinet where we felt the money should go to set up the budget, knowing that it needs to be fluid and flexible. We started with approximately, I think it was $1.25 million for technology. Because of the lead time on that, we needed to get that spent quickly. We're also assigning budgets to each site and some of the major departments for PPE and cleaning needs so that they have access to that. We've assigned the $400,000 that we've spoken about VAPA and ART. We also have allocated $200,000 for some software for visual instruction. And then we've also put the money into salaries for some of the work that's being done with recruitment for CDA to retain students in this virtual environment, because we know families are needing to bring their children back and we need to be able to reach out to them. And then working on this whole tracking and tracing piece as well.
Okay, so while I was on this meeting, I know I received a text message right now asking how many masks we need as a district. So there is an organization which is willing to donate. So I guess we'll take it offline, and you and I could talk about maybe asking a considerable amount of mask donation.
Absolutely, we would love it. Thank you.
Brian or Kathy?
Well, I want to tell you that I admire and respect your work. And I think that when you're dealing with such a huge unknown, it is put you out in a plane that's very difficult to figure out. And I really understand what you're concerned and what you're having to deal with. And I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Root, as always, your presentation is very understandable, not only to the board, but I think the general public, which we certainly appreciate. And we know it's a difficult situation that you're under in trying to give us the information that we need in order to properly maintain a fiscally sound district. So we appreciate all that you do for us and look forward to hopefully some good news at the end of the month that we can celebrate with, even though it won't be where we really need to be. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say another thing too? I failed to say to Jennifer, good job, and it was a really good presentation. I was just incensed because when I looked at that one chart, it irritates me. It has irritated me for a long time. So, but I apologize for not saying first. What a good job you've done.
I actually appreciated your outrage a little more than even your thanks. I feel that same outrage.
Me too.
It's true. And I was just thinking that I'm so glad the legislature came through. There are a lot of organizations out there advocating, and CSBA is out there as well. So I think, they listened to us. I almost wish that they would have, pushed it a little bit over the top. Instead of, go over more so that, the governor could push back and say, okay, we'll leave it even. Now I think there's too much room to take a little bit from us that we were expecting. So it's just a sad turn of events. But again, thank you, Jennifer. You're always very I don't want to say enthusiastic, but you give us hope and you make us feel, good about what we're doing in the district, and that it's a team effort. I know you're taking a lot of time in putting this together, but thank the team, and we appreciate you so much. With that, I close the public hearing. Moving on to items of business, resolutions 11.1. Resolution number 2019/20-B-18, adjustments to income and expenditures, general fund. Resolution number 2019/20-B-19, adjustments to income and expenditures, various funds and proposed budgets, all funds. Action item.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Questions or comments, Mr. O'Neill? Actually, this is what I'm going to do. If you have any comments, we'll add it to your vote. So we're not going through twice. That will be okay? If you have questions, I guess, thumbs up. Thank you. Okay. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And myself, aye. 11.2, resolution number 2019/20-B-20, education protection account. Action item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any comments or questions? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Mrs. Piercy,
Aye.
Mrs. Smith,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Item 11.4, resolution number 2019-DOT-06, Black Lives Matter action item.
Anne Marie, did we skip 11.3?
11.3. Sorry, we're at 11.3.
Yeah.
I apologize. I didn't turn the page over, sorry. Going back. 11.3, thank you. Resolution number 2019/20-B-21, emergency resolution for repair of weight room and gym floors at Catella High School action item.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
May I speak quickly on this item just to give the board an update? And first and foremost, I do want to apologize. It was brought to our attention. We did not send information out about this. And so what happened was, we all know our buildings are getting older, just like we are. And we had a pipe break at Catella High School. We were able to work incredibly quickly. George Moreno, our maintenance supervisor, did an outstanding job in communicating to us internally what was going on. But because of the fact that it was water, and water left sitting creates damage, you can't wait to enact the repair. So we did need to enact an emergency resolution. The surface we knew would be clean, would be repaired, restored prior to students ever being back on campus, even if we were coming back for ESY. So we knew there was no impact to our staff or our students with this in moving forward. But because we did need to do it in an emergency resolution, similar to how we did the Kennedy project about 6 months ago, I think, we do have to have a vote for all people. And with an emergency resolution, it is a unanimous vote from the board that is required.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I remember you talking about this. You gave us information. Maybe you just didn't give the follow-up, but I remember you reporting this.
I
So-
don't. No.
You don't?
No,
Okay.
I think, I know I asked the question too, because as a board, I know we were not, but completely agree in terms of everybody's overwhelmed and you needed to get this done really fast. So I have no problem with it. It was just a matter of us knowing as board members that this happened was crucial information. So
And we've established, I worked with my team. So within our communication protocol internally, one of the questions now is, do we need to communicate this to the board? So we're always striving, it's never about the blame of whether or not it happened. It's about how do we fix it for the future. And so we've added a step in that we will hopefully not have that happen again. But again, my apologies.
Well, that's good. And I agree with Al, things will happen, but it's usually, we get a call from Mike saying, hey, this happened. And so that's, basically all it needs, and then we're all kind of going to be behind any emergency measures that need to be taken. But it just is kind of like, oh, how come we weren't notified? That's just a thing. So hopefully it won't happen again.
Okay, it was moved and seconded. Call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay, now 11.4, resolution number 2019-20-BOT-06, Black
moved.
Lives Matter action item. Moved and seconded. I'll second it.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. We have some public comments on this item.
We do. There's a number of public comments, so I will go ahead and read those to you. The first comes from Libby Frohlichman, and she says, I strongly support the staff recommendation to adopt resolution number 2019-20-BOT-06, affirming that Black Lives Matter. As is stated in the resolution, stating that Black Lives Matter does not in any way diminish anyone of any other race. I further hope that all schools in the district will participate in the Black Lives Matter at School Week from February 3rd to the 7th, 2021, and in the first weeks of instruction of the 2020-2021 year. Both this resolution and the educational piece will allow Anaheim to set a positive example for other districts in the area. The next comment comes from Reverend D. Thomas of Anaheim. Reverend Thomas states, I believe that we need to educate people that Black Lives Matter, the major impact that Black lives have had in society, and the detriment to society by killing of unarmed Black men. They have been murdered by the police almost daily. Oh yes, having the school speak on this the first week of Black History Month, February, will be very educational and informative to other cultures, not for one moment saying that all other lives don't matter. It is just at this time, we would like to bring attention to the Black lives that have been taken unjustly, and no justice has been given to the families by the taking of these lives by the police. Our next comment comes from Tristan M.T. Daly. Board, please take up and pass the resolution in support of Black Lives Matter. As a SoCal resident with 4 children, ages 17 to 6, I consider this to be of the utmost importance. Our next comment comes from Ada Briseño, Chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Orange County. Dear Board of Trustees, thank you for your service to the community. I am writing to express my strong support of your resolution in support of Black lives and urge you to pass this important agenda item. Passage of this item will send a much needed critical message to Black students and families and students and families of color. During these challenging times, we need positive actions like yours that lead through inclusion. Please pass this item. Thank you, Ada Briseño. Our next comment comes from Rabbi Stephen Einstein, Congregation B'nai Tzedek in Fountain Valley. Dear trustees, I write to you as a former member of the Board of Trustees of the Fountain Valley School District. I understand very well the influence school boards have on their community. It goes well beyond creating education policy. It truly sets the tone for the culture in which people are living. Today, one of the gravest problems our nation faces is racism. All people of goodwill must work together to battle this scourge. In this light, I urge your board to issue a strong statement in support of complete racial equality and opposing hate in all its forms. Respectfully yours, Rabbi Stephen Einstein. Our next comment comes from Rachel Potasek, who states, Dear Board of Trustees, thank you for your hard work for Anaheim students, families, and faculty. Please vote yes in support of the resolution for Black Lives Matter. Now is the time for change, and communities need your leadership to move us forward. This is a meaningful action that will do a great deal of good. Thank you. The next comment comes from Sheena Innocente, MSW, and she states, Dear Anaheim Union School District, I am a social worker who was born and raised in Orange County. Many of the clients I serve are suffering due to racial biases held against them. Hearing that leaders in their community support Black Lives Matter would communicate care and concern for them. It would also serve to show them you are listening and hearing what they are saying. Black Lives Matter is being supported by many young people. Although it sounds cliche, we must keep reminding ourselves that young people are the future. I strongly encourage you to support Black Lives Matter by passing the upcoming proposed resolution. Thank you for your time on this matter. Our next comment comes from Joanne Fowley, who states, Hello, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, and the Cabinet members. I am in support of the resolution. It may be useful to know that 2 weeks ago, a petition was started to remove the name of Plummer from the historic auditorium at Fullerton High School. In 2 weeks, over 27,000 people signed the petition. Based on the comments, people outside of Fullerton joined the cause. The name was removed at Tuesday's meeting of the Fullerton Joint Union High School Board of Trustees meeting. I am proud to have put the removal of the name on the agenda. That move indicated support for the movement in our community and nation to recognize the damaging history to support our students of color. I teach government at Cypress High School, where I am also the Black Student Union Advisor. I respectfully ask that you approve the Black Lives Matter resolution. Thank you. Our next comment comes from Dr. Fred Calhoun, President of the Orange County, California branch of the NAACP. Over the last few months, America has experienced a very barbaric part of the land of the free and home of the brave. This part of America seems to be known only to God and the millions of African Americans and some other diverse Americans. This is not a condemnation of white people, as a significant number of them have fought the good fight for all Americans. However, all the evidence that has been presented to high American officials has not resulted in appropriate justice for African Americans and some other racial groups. America has been selfish related to justice. Now is the time for the nation to step forward and address justice for all Americans in all professions and opportunities. The stability of the nation is more than ever before now contingent on fair play for all Americans. In addition, I strongly support the resolution of the Board of Trustees, the Anaheim Union High School District Board of Trustees Resolution Number 2019-20-BOT-06. Sincerely, Dr. Fred S. Calhoun. Our next comment comes from Andrea Guzman, an Anaheim Union High School District resident, who states, "To whom it may concern, I am a graduate of the Anaheim Union High School District. I attended John F. Kennedy High School and currently still live in the city of Anaheim. I'm writing to you today in support of the resolution in support of Black Lives Matter. The AUHSD student body is diverse. Black and brown students need to know that their their district values them and is taking concrete steps, not just symbolic ones, to prove it. Thank you, Andrea Guzman." Our next comment is from Dr. Shauna Egan's and Carlo Davis, employees of the district. "Good morning, President Randall Trejo, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and Mr. Matsuda. I am Dr. Shauna Egan's, Director of Student Support Services. On behalf of African American educators and employees of AUHSD, we would like to thank you for putting forward the Resolution 11.4, Black Lives Matter. This resolution demonstrates your commitment as a district to raise awareness for our community, our staff, and our students about the racial disparities across all sectors of society. As in true AUHSD fashion, we are a district that values civic engagement and being on the forefront to take action. Mr. Carlo Davis, teacher at Catella High School, and I will co-lead a task force that will meet with Superintendent Matsuda regularly. This group will be a coalition of educators within the district that will focus on issues impacting African American students, families, and staff in AUHSD. Again, I would like to thank Mr. Matsuda for opening the door for conversation, for his leadership on this issue, and for the board's support for this historical moment in our district." And our final comment, let me verify that it is in fact, our final comment comes from Alfredo Heredia of Anaheim, who states, "There is no such thing as a city of kindness without racial equality. I would hope that the City of Kindness's school board would understand this by voting for Resolution 11.4, Black Lives. Black lives have been the most targeted by our institutions, and schools should be a haven for these young men and women who need to be given an opportunity to find their voice to defend themselves from systemic and legislative violence. A week devoted to Black excellence will be sure to achieve that for them. It will provide non-Black students the chance to understand how to be an ally and advocate for racial equality while uplifting the voices that have been silenced for the sake of comfort through convenience and order through oppression. I'd go so far as to say that a Black Lives Matter week should be required at every AUHSD school, and an ethnic studies course be mandatory like our neighbors in Santa Ana have done. Do the moral thing and let our Black students know that we won't stand for their silencing." That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Carl, for reading the public comments. And just to remind the board members that there was an amendment to the item, and that I will read it for the public. At the end, it says, "Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Anaheim Union High School District requests that the superintendent convene a task force to advise the district on matters affecting Black students and staff." And if there are no questions, then we'll just go ahead and call for the.
Okay. Yeah, not necessarily a question, but a clarification. Shauna's comment referred to this coalition, correct? Isn't
Correct.
that, yeah, she's part of that? Okay, that's what I thought, because so she and, let me see, Carlo Davis?
Carlo Davis, uh-huh.
Yeah, okay, so they're the ones heading up this, okay, good. So we've already done it. It's not gonna be done, it's done, okay. That's excellent, okay.
It is. There was a convening of employees, and they gave emotional testimony as well as instructions, and this was one of the things that had come out of it, and so Michael Matsuda appointed Shauna and Carlo as to be the co-leaders of this task force. And as you're voting, I guess if you want to
Anne Marie, I want to I'd like to ask a question.
Okay.
When is that going to convene?
The task force?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't have the details of that. That's not up to me. It's up to Shauna and Carlo.
I would like to be told, because I would like to come and listen, and I would like to hear what is shared in that task force. I think this is timely because I left a message for the mayor probably 10 days ago, a week ago, about starting that here in Anaheim. And it's timely, and I truly think it's the good thing that we need to do.
Okay. And I have a question too now, because we have stated the first week of Black History Month, is going to be acknowledged, but also the beginning of school. Now, what is it that we have established or planned for that first week of school? Has it been done yet?
I think that was just a comment from was that Reverend Thomas's comment?
No, in the resolution.
No, it's on the resolution that we are establishing the first week of instruction of 2020 to be a Black Lives Matter at School week as well. Besides,
right.
So I think those are questions that Mike can probably work with the team, and I'm sure the task force will have input on to implement certain programs.
So thank you, Mr. Jabbar, and thank you for that question, Ms. Kiersey. It's my understanding that it's just giving permission to create awareness. It's kind of like we did the COVID-19 project. It's nothing's going to be imposed on teachers, but I think it's working with this task force, coming up with suggestions on creating maybe projects or more awareness about this challenge. So I see it as something like the COVID-19 piece.
Okay, as long as there's some direction or suggestion for the teachers, in other words, because I saw the statement and I thought, well, what are they going to do? And so let's give them some direction of what they could say, or just hint at, or just say, come on, let's all get behind this.
Yeah, that's why it's important. I'm glad that Shauna Egan's is working on it. She'll be, obviously, we all know her, and Mr. Carlo Davis, the teacher, I don't know as well, but he sent a very articulate letter to the district. And I think that, and by the way, a number of teachers who are not African-American, but across ethnicities have expressed an interest in learning more and about ways to integrate curriculum, bringing in more, diverse voices and models into appropriately into their curricular areas. So already we know that in VAPA, it's very multicultural. There's a lot of teachers that already do that, but I think this is a teachable moment for the teachers and to bring more diversity into the curriculum.
Good point, Michael. And just remember, everyone, Grant Schuster's report that the Teachers Union has created a social justice task force, if you will, as well.
I'm going to make a couple of comments. I thought that we were going to go with the vote, but I just want to say, one, I like to acknowledge the Teachers Union and Grant Schuster with the statement. I know I read it was emailed to us last night too. So thank you, Grant and Asta, for it. I was fortunate enough to play a small role in leading with a couple of teachers who live in Anaheim to organize a Black Lives Matter rally on June 1st for our students so that they have the opportunity to not only come out and express their concerns, but also to express their frustration with the system. As a board member, I know that I'm very glad that our board recognized and took action regarding the Savannah High School mascot. This was all old news, but I think it's appropriate to kind of mention it, and the Confederate statue that was in display at Savannah High School. So I'm glad that we as a board took action on that. I'm glad that the resolution is calling for a task force, so that is very important. Rather than us sitting here and just passing resolutions, I think AUHSD has always been in the forefront of not only passing resolutions, but taking meaningful action to make sure that it reflects the resolution. So I want to thank our board and also Superintendent Matsuda and the leadership for recognizing that. I also want to take this opportunity. I actually spoke to Jaron about this. I had a lengthy conversation about access to ethnic studies in our district. And Jaron, I would like you to give a little bit of information about the access to ethnic studies for our students throughout our district. But at the same time, I want our board to join me in asking to establish a task force to see how we could implement ethnic studies as a graduation requirement for Anaheim Union High School District. So Jaron, let me go ahead and ask you to comment on that for me, please.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Jabbar. So currently, we have ethnic studies, and I want to say how proud I am that, prior to everything that's been happening in the last few months, we have already been offering ethnic studies in our district. So I think we were already ahead of many other districts in that sense, although not a requirement. We have been offering ethnic studies to our students. So I'm really proud of the fact that we were kind of out in front of that area. As Trustee Jabbar said, we've offered it in 2 different ways. We have courses that our own teachers have taught. As you know, Paulo Magalis, who was a teacher at Loera, he was one of our first teachers to have taught the course as a standalone course in our district. It's been offered program, and of course, Loera High School as well. But that is the courses taught by our teachers. We have also been fortunate in our partnership with our local community colleges through our pledge, Cypress and Fullerton College. We've also offered ethnic studies through our dual enrollment program. So Anaheim High School, Anaheim ILC, Savannah High School, Western High School have offered the ethnic studies course for our dual enrollment. It has also been offered at some of our other high schools like Magnolia, Cypress, Kennedy, and Catella, but unfortunately at that time, due to student interest or low student enrollment, it wasn't able to continue. However, I would suspect, especially given our current climate in the community, that interest may have changed. So that's something our sites will revisit in the fall in terms of if that's something we can offer. Now, to Trustee Jabbar's other point in terms of developing a potential task force, just so you all know as board members, we have already been engaging as a district with our ASTA executive board as this is a possibility, what this might look like if it became a requirement. Just so you know, as board members, really there are 3 potential options that we could look at, and we are looking at putting a task force together to explore these opportunities, probably headed by our director of curriculum, Carlos Hernandez. One option is where it would be integrated into existing content or existing courses. So that way, as an example, it could be built in or integrated into social studies classes like a U.S. history class or an AP or a government class. It could be embedded into an English curriculum. So where all students who have to take those courses would now have access to this curriculum as part of their experience. The second option is it could be a standalone class like we have right now as an elective option. It could be a standalone where that becomes a required course in our district. Again, this task force would need to look at, would it be best suited in social studies, English, or other content areas? And then a third option where it could be a combination of the two, where it is a standalone course, but it's also integrated into other content areas. So I think that's where the task force, and I've worked closely with Grant and his team, because we definitely want teachers to be part of that process to help determine where it might best fit if it was a standalone, where it might best fit if it is integrated. And of course, there's a process. We already have the curriculum for the standalone, but if it's integrated, what that might look like, where it would be integrated into those content areas. And then of course, not just embedding that into the curriculum, but as you know, there's a lengthy process in building capacity of teachers and doing a lot of training. As Mr. Matsuda said about the importance of not imposing, we want to make sure that teachers really are familiar and comfortable with the curriculum that we'll be using, and that it's done in a thoughtful and intentional way. So we've already begun the process actually to begin a task force of looking at what that might look like. And of course, once teachers return back from the summer is when we would begin that work. And we would have some ideas probably through the first semester in terms of what that would look like to be able to give you some updates, and then going through the process and training, and if need be, writing curriculum where that might be a good fit if it's integrated. And I know as a cabinet, we've talked about the integrated approach as well as something that we could also do. So that's kind of the update.
Jared, what will be a reasonable timeline for us to expect a report to the board?
Probably sometime during the first semester when we have the task force convene and we start, and we can give you updates along the way, but I think sometime around that time we'd have a sense of where we are as a committee and what it is we might want to do moving forward.
Okay, I will bring it up again during our agenda, new agenda item, so that I could maybe place it on the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else wish to share anything?
I just want to make a comment on what Dr. Freed just talked about, and that was our forward thinking as a district, our staff led by the cabinet and Mr. Matsuda, and how they are thinking ahead, out of the box, and taking action to bring it back to the board for what they are looking at. I think that is just a small example of the type of leadership we have in our district, and why we are leaders in the educational field. So that is just on a basic topic, but for the resolution, it's sad that we have to have a resolution like this, but it is so important that we have a resolution like this, and that we are all on board as a district, as trustees, and giving the district support in moving forward as we've been talking about up until now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Okay, I will call for the vote.
Roll call.
Roll call, yes. I'm just thinking that I didn't mention this before. I echo all of the comments and the sentiments that everyone else has, and I want to thank the public for weighing in on this, historic resolution. I wish, Brian, we wouldn't have to do something like this either, but it's necessary and it is very meaningful. And the meaning comes within the work that our district does with this, the task force. And, we're already talking, we already have 15 democracy schools. I know that our teachers are going to be allowing our students to voice their opinions about this subject matter when they're doing their soapbox speeches and such. And I can't wait. I think this is going to be a momentous year. I also want to acknowledge our leader, our superintendent, for actually taking the time to meet with our employee one-on-one. His letter was very eloquent, as Mike said, but eloquent in a lot of anguish and hurt. And so he took the time to meet with him and then convene employees together to listen to their stories. And it's not always easy to hear some of the blemishes that you have within your own district, and employees not doing the right things and not making the right calls. But that's what our district does. We have those courageous conversations. And this is just, I think, the beginning of healing for our employees. And it just sends a message of hope, and it sets a tone for our students. So thank you, everyone. And I will call the vote. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you. Where are we?
11.5.
Thank you. 11.5, board policy, first reading, multiple policies. It's an information item. Did anyone have any questions or comments on this item?
Yes, I have a question. I wasn't able to get this in beforehand because I got my agenda too late. I mean, I needed more time. The first board, Exhibit G, the one for naming of a facility, I looked at that and I saw no changes, but yet it says revised. And so I had no idea what was the revision. I mean, there were several of them that, all the rest of these are new, because we're adding a lot of policies, but I'd like to know when we revise something, what's revised. And if it's the entire thing is revised, then we should have a notation that the entire thing was changed. So there's no way to just outline.
So Trustee Piercy, so in regards to this, with most of the policies, they are new because we are following the CSBA
Right.
board policies. So everything that we've been doing in business services has followed those. With this particular policy, though, we started out fully adopting the CSBA policy, and then we realized there were some things that were lost that we felt were important to our policies and procedures internally to Anaheim Union High School District, and we added those back in, which I'm guessing what we probably did was add it to make it like the original one to start out with. And I don't think we knew we had done that. We knew we needed to add some pieces back in. So typically they are fully new policies because they are the CSBA policies. This one may have been just a combination that ended up going one way and then going back. So we will note that. And if we have any that are alterations, we will do it with the lining out.
Okay, or just even say, so many changes were made. This is a totally revised, so we know ahead of time it's totally new. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, moving on, 11.6, board policy, second reading, multiple policies, action or information item.
I'll move it, yeah. Okay.
Okay, second. Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on these?
I'm assuming the same thing on a couple of these that said revised, and then there was no outlining or whether, so they kind of just then went with CSBA's form.
Right. So the revised typically mean that there was a board policy that was similar to it in nature, and so we tied it to the old number, but it was,
Okay.
it was the new CSBA policy.
Okay, that's good. All right, thank you.
Okay, calling for the roll call. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And I vote aye. 11.7, grant award, No Kid Hungry, action item.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Who moves in a second?
Questions or comments?
No, we'll take any dollars we can get.
Exactly. Calling for the roll call vote, Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
I vote aye. 11.8, addendum agreement, transportation contractor, Greater Anaheim Special Education Local Plan Area, GASELPA, and Blessed Transportations and Associates. Action
moved.
items.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Okay. Calling for the roll call. Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. 11.9, contract for renewable compressed natural gas CNG fuel transportation. Action item.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on this item? Okay, calling for the roll call. Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. 11.10, agreement PACE payment system and I3 verticals company. Action item.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any questions? I did. I was wondering when we moved to the new system with, and we did away with school pay, did we lose money when we let schools pay go, when we renewed this contract or made a new contract with this company?
No, because we pay by the transaction, and so we still have school pay for for other parts of our district.
Okay.
But we moved over, so yeah, there was no loss, and it was a wonderful. I have to say, it was a wonderful process engaging with the ASB directors and the techs, and they're very pleased with this move.
Okay, and thank you for saving our parents a little bit of money too on each transaction with this.
I will have to say, I have to give kudos to Karen Orr and Esther Yanez. They were the two that led this
All
process.
right. Give them our props. Okay, calling for the vote, Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Moving on, 11.11, adoption COVID-19 operations written report. Action item.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I was going to read this, but I think I'm just going to move on. Or Jaren, did you have anything to add to this? Okay, no, okay. Moving on. This is a long agenda. Any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, calling for the vote. Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. 11.12, revised board policy 7807, parentheses 6158, 7807-R, AR 6158, independent study, second reading, action or information or action item.
Action. So moved.
Yes.
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions or comments?
Nope.
Independent studies. Moving forward. Calling for the vote, Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Thank you. 11.13, master contract behavioral learning network action item.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions? Okay, hearing none. Calling for the vote, Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. 11.14, professional service contract, Thriving U University LLC, action item.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions on this item? Seeing none. Calling for the vote, Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
I vote aye. 11:15, Memorandum of Understanding, Islamic Circle of North America,
So moved.
ICNA. Moved and seconded. Questions, comments?
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Wanted to thank Tanya and Araceli from Anaheim and Sycamore for coordinating to get this ball rolling, because we had the organization which approached me wanting to give out about 2,000 food item or baskets to our families. We set it up at Magnolia, and it was amazing. The line just wrapped around circles in terms of even the streets. So I want to make sure that, you know, both of them get kudos for working on it really fast to put this on, and they're willing to do some more food bank projects till end of June. So
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Thank the organization for reaching out to you. More and more, we're needing to help our communities, and it's just heartwarming to know that these organizations are reaching out and helping our families. So thank you so much. Calling for the vote if there are no more comments or questions. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. 11:16, Memorandum of Understanding, Saddleback Church, action item.
So moved.
Second.
Move the second. Questions or comments on this item? I know that I believe this happened at Savannah, and I heard nothing but good reports for this organization's generosity as well. Hearing no more comments, I will call for the vote. Mr.
I was going to wait until my vote to comment. Remember, you said wait until your vote, so I was waiting.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Mr.
Okay.
O'Neill. We didn't hear you, Mr. O'Neill. Did you unmute?
Did you one aye?
There you go. Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye, and I want to say, you know, it's really nice to see these organizations jumping in and working with us on our campuses, because the schools have become so central to helping out families in need. So again, it's nice to see both the Islamic Circle and the Saddleback Church and anybody else that was willing to help. So definitely aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. 11:17, school-sponsored student organizations action item.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on these organizations?
I'm going to jump in and comment right now, because when I was reading through these, I was looking at these, all put these in before we got suddenly cut off and went to quarantine. So it'll be interesting to see how they can adapt and maybe, continue to do these, especially like mock trial, which is, but hopefully they will find ways to continue just the same.
Yeah, and Trustee Piercy, when we present in a couple of weeks with Manuel and we go more deeply with the schedule, we do have a structure where it allows for clubs to interact on certain days. It's going to look different. So we'll talk more about that. But you're right, mock trial, some of these, it is going to look very different depending on what the clubs do and given the guidelines we're up against at that time. So we'll talk more about that in a couple of weeks.
Okay, sounds good.
Right, Jared, it's a new normal, right? So calling for the vote, Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye. I'm also giving civic lessons to my daughter, who's right here, asking why are we moving and why are we seconding. So.
Ah. All right, fantastic. And Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
And Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Human Resources 11:18, Agreement Power School Group LLC, action item.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on this?
I have a question. I read over this a couple times. So basically, this is the new computer program. This is my question for personnel.
Yes, it's an platform that provides a number of tools to that will greatly increase efficiency, but especially we were already looking at this prior to COVID, actually, but given that COVID happened, really critical now because we're going to be able to do so many more things efficiently at online.
Okay, yeah, because I just thought, we're just getting more efficient and more online with some of our programs. I can think back to years ago when we started doing grading online, and what a energy saver and time saver. So again, I hope that's a saver for you guys with effort and time.
Okay. Any more comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. 1119, extension/revision of employment agreement with superintendent, action item.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any questions or comments?
Well, if there's no other comments, I'll comment. I think I mentioned this to all the board members, but I wanted to kind of make sure that I say this out publicly too. One noteworthiness is that, Mike and the cabinet has actually not asked for a raise, which is great for our district, but also shows their leadership. Second, I wanted to comment on Mike itself as a superintendent being an authentic leader. We are so glad that we had the opportunity to hire him when we hired him. And since then, I know that a lot of folks, we talk about, to turn around a district, it's kind of like moving the Titanic. But I think with Mike's leadership, we've got the opportunity to really look at how we could move the ship around in a quick fashion. And we put together some great team. I think the cabinet, which is the next agenda item, you guys have done a fantastic job making sure that we are not only investing time in our community, but Mike, specifically you, I've seen you work with our students and really investing in our students, genuinely listening to their stories and following through and following up with them. And I think that makes a big difference, especially in a community like Anaheim and Cypress and La Palma and Bonaparte and Stanton. And I think to look at what we've done these 7 years that you've been at the helm as superintendent, you put the district on the map in terms of not only being invited as an educational leader nationally to sit on panels, but locally you are sought after in terms of sitting on panels because of the great work that we're doing at the district. So I want to thank you publicly for that. And I want to make sure that we acknowledge you that even during this pandemic, you were pretty much looking at out of the box thinking, going ahead and leading our whole team to a stable condition. So I want to thank you as a board member and as a community member and future AUHSD student parent. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Any other comments or questions? I'd just like to comment on that we just went through the evaluation process and unanimously received high marks and high kudos and many sentiments as expressed by my colleague. You have shown such great leadership, and many times I think we take it for granted because you are out there and being a leader in in all areas. And, when we stop to really take a minute and look at all of the initiatives, there are just too many to even, mention. There's just so many entities that you have created, and we're thriving as a district. And yes, we were going through a pandemic, and yes, we were going through, another change, but I think we were so well prepared as a district. When I listen to my colleagues and they talk about, that they're still kind of waiting for direction, we were already moving forward. We've already been moving forward as a district. And that just seems to be our theme, all because of your visionary leadership. So I commend you as well. So I
just have one thing to say. Mike, are you sure you want to stay another year? You're asking for another year in addition, so that means you're planning on 3 more years. Okay. And that goes to the rest of the cabinet.
Hurry before he changes his mind. Let's vote.
That's something. If they're willing to, say, yeah, another 3 years, okay, that's good. No bailing. No bailing.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Okay.
All right, Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Happily, aye.
And I vote aye as well. 1120, extension revision of employment agreements with the superintendent, chief academic officer, and district council. Action item.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions and comments?
I'll start off with my comments. I think the entire cabinet probably knows, and they've got to know me pretty well, that I sometimes send text messages at all times of the hour. I appreciate all of you. And I know that each one of you, without a hesitation, when I ask you to respond to parent questions or student-related issues, you are on the ball. So I appreciate that, and all the work that you're doing, especially during this time. I think I've never seen a hardworking group such as you. So, and then you're very knowledgeable about the issues, and you're also very courteous to make sure that you're getting to all the issues that we as board members throw at you at all hours of the time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Any other comments? I also agree, calling it all hours of the day and night. And if you don't get to me that night, you'll get to me first thing in the morning, or an email is sent. And I appreciate that so much. A lot of the times, as my colleague mentioned, parents want answers yesterday, and you're accommodating not only to us, but you're accommodating to staff, and you're accommodating to parents as well. And we appreciate you so much. I have to acknowledge that none of you took a spring break, and all the hard work and all of the time and energy. And I had a meeting, and Miss Piercy and I had a meeting with a parent. We'll talk about the subject, but it was just I finally had to tell this parent, our staff is exhausted. They're not tired, they're exhausted. There's just been so much coming at them, and you guys sacrifice that. And I just really want to commend that you put your heart and soul into everything that you do for this district, and it just it shows. So we appreciate you so much, and we're so blessed to have each and every one of you. Thank you.
Okay, Anne Marie, I forgot all about what we said. At the end of the meeting, you'll have to bring it up, okay? Because I was going to do that in closed session, and I forgot about the parents' request, and I said we'd bring it up to the rest of the board. I'll do that at the end. But anyway, I want to thank you guys, because I call you all also individually and harangue you. Well, and I really appreciate the time that you give me, because I almost feel like I'm harassing you sometimes. But you're all very eager to answer and make me feel like it's okay. So you guys are doing a great job. And believe me, it is amazing how much time I know you have all put in since. I mean, you put in a lot of times before, but when I get a call back from somebody at 6 o'clock because they've been busy all day, I truly, truly appreciate it. And I feel guilty sometimes because, come on, go home. So anyway, thank you all.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be left as the only one here not to thank them, because they do deserve thanks. They do respond verbally, text-wise, and email-wise at whenever the request comes in. It's amazing the support that they have given to the whole all the trustees and all the people that work with them. It's amazing how great this district is because of their knowledge, their expertise, and their leadership. And it's very obvious. We don't have to say a word. It's just very obvious what is going on. And we thank you. I thank you for all that you do. And that includes, obviously, the superintendent as well, not just the cabinet.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Roll call.
We will do that. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
And Ms. Smith?
In full gratitude, aye.
And I vote aye as well. Take a day off, please. Alrighty, 11:21 agreement, Dennis Wolver Kelly, action item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
I vote aye. Item 11:22, agreement with Radio Bolsa Corp. Action item.
So moved.
Question.
Second.
Well,
like
wait,
to
we
know-
gotta move it first. That's it. It's moved and seconded, then you can question. Okay, go ahead, Kathy.
Go ahead.
I'd like to know about this. I don't recall us ever dealing with a radio corporation, and I'm just curious how this all came about quickly, if you could explain.
Mr. Matsuda?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Smith. It is part of our outreach program for not only branding for the district, and it's also branding for the new CVA Cambridge Virtual Academy. So Garden Grove School District has been doing this for about 10 years. And this particular radio program has a broad footprint throughout Los Angeles and Orange counties, and even into down south San Diego a little bit. But the cabinet felt that this was very worthwhile. It's a cost of $7,000. And right now, I mean, not only, I mean, I don't think all of our outside applicants can be attributed to this, but certainly I think that this is making a difference. We currently have about 52 outside applicants that want to transfer to the Cambridge Virtual Academy. So I think it's money well spent, as you know, for every, I mean, you guys know what it means for the district to have outside applicants as well.
Well, I would just hope that we would monitor this and reevaluate it after a year.
Oh, yes. We don't intend to really extend it. It's just really trying to get our footprint at this particular point out there. So
thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to add that it's really great to hear. It's another vehicle to get the message out about all the work that we're doing in our district. When you say branding, Mike, it's also kind of alleviating, assuaging anxiety out there that we are, fully functioning and that we're all moving forward. It's going to look different, of course, but we have capacity and we're always moving forward. And I think that's just a really great message to get out there. And that when you speak, you're giving confidence to the public that we're capable and we're going to move forward as safely, and we're going to continue educating our students. So with that, I'll call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
And Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. 12.1, California Association of School Business Officials membership.
And you're in.
Oh, wait.
We're going to the
calendar. Did I skip a page?
We're going to the consent calendar.
Thank you. I keep flipping my pages.
We're on 12 calendar.
Consent calendar, yeah.
Okay.
12 point.
I have 3 I want to pull.
3.
I do too.
Okay, can I go first, or who's going to go first?
I would like to go first. I would like to put a poll 12.33.
Okay.
All right, okay. Who's next?
Go ahead, Anna.
All right, I wanted to pull 12.33 too, but I want 12.30 and 12.39.
Okay. Mr. Jabbar, do you have anything to pull?
Yes, I have 12.3, 12.13, and 12.33.
Mr. O'Neill?
12.20.
I think we just need to go each item because I wanted to pull, but mine will be very, very brief. 5, 6, and 12, 5, 6, and 7, and 12, 11. Okay, call for the balance. Move for the balance.
Move the balance.
Second.
Okay, Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay, I wanted to take 12, 5, 6, and 7 all together. Oh, wait, was there something? 12.3, sorry, Mr. Jabbar. 12.3 first.
Yes, 12.3, I had asked this question.
Move it.
Oh, sorry, move 12.3.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. The question that I have is I wanted to make sure, since we are spending about $5,000 a month, wanting to make sure that we have an out clause whenever we wanted to leave the contract. But I also wanted to find out what type of funding we brought to the district based on our agreement with Townsend Public Affairs. I got the answer, and I wanted to make sure that everybody knew. And maybe Mike, you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about it, because I want to make sure that the public knows that when we get into an agreement like this, we are doing it for a purpose and not just throwing money, getting a consultant on record. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. I'm going to defer to Dr. Root because she has the most updated information. Thank you, Dr. Root.
So yes, so we've entered into this contract and they advocate on our behalf. The 3 probably largest grants that they've supported us with included one that, I'm sorry, I don't have the title, but it was a CDE grant, was about $700,000 They also supported us on a grant we had written for transportation, which was about $3.7 million. And then a grant we wrote with the Department of Justice that not only did they wrote the entire grant for us, they found the grant for us. We would have never heard of this grant had they not brought it to us. And that brought over $400,000 in school resource officer support to our schools, which we know is desperately needed. Additionally, they are always out there advocating for school finance. And like Trustee Piercy said, we need someone to advocate for schools. That's what they are doing on our behalf. They're also supporting us right now on FEMA reimbursement. I know that was something important to you. They're looking into a few questions we've had regarding FEMA reimbursement before we make some moves to ensure that we could be reimbursed, as well as they are now working on the outcome of the elimination of the CTEIG grant money from the budget. That impacts our budget of $1.6 million a year, and actually more than that with some other issues related to it. And so they're looking at outside sources for us to not only augment that money, but if they can get that money and CTEIG comes back, we would have even more money. And so they've been a huge advocate, both being proactive in finding things for us that match our schools and match our district and match our vision. But then also when we found things and we've implemented, they support us in ensuring it navigates the process up in Sacramento. So they've been a great help.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that just based on the question that I asked in the document or the write-up that I received, besides the ROP IGT one, or CTIG program, we have closer to about $5 million worth of grants that we received or in the verge of receiving because of this contract. So I want to highlight that we as a group, yes, we are spending about $60,000 a year, but we are reaping the benefits of having them on on retainer. Having called that, I'll call for the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Sorry, aye.
Ms. Piercy?
You betcha aye, because I've been wanting this for a long time. We need grant writers in one way or another, and they're bringing them in and helping us out and getting us lots of money. So you betcha, I'm totally for it.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. I would like to take 5, 6, and 7 together. May I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
He moved a second. And I just wanted to point out that if there's anyone out there to educate them, the public, because you see these, $250,000. And when we're talking about deficit budgets and just, Jennifer, just quickly, briefly just explain the pockets of money that come out of our bond measure funds, and it doesn't come out, this is not coming out of our general funds, etc.
So in regards to these 3 items, they are recommended by our facilities department, and they are to manage primarily the ongoing construction of Measure H, and therefore supported that. You will see that in the budget implications, there is mention of general fund money. And that is so if we have a project that one of the things Patty does beautifully that she shares with you, she blends money. She blends projects together to get things done at the most expedient way. And so there may be times where there may be a project on a Measure H site where there may be some general fund money being used to do a different part of the project. But primarily the lion's share of these 3 contracts are in regards to our work with Measure H and our last issuance we have there.
Mm-hmm. And explain briefly that we can't use general funds to build facilities. That's why we have to go out for the bonds. And I think a lot of people, now that they're paying more attention to, the districts and the schools, and they can hear our presentations. A lot of them don't understand that. Why are you building if you don't have enough money?
Absolutely. Very grateful to our community in the passage of Measure H. That money, when voted on, has very, very explicit guidelines of how we can spend it and what we can spend it on. It is for building and for refurbishing our buildings that are aging, and we do need the money for that. that money for Measure H is also audited by our auditors to ensure that we have used it for the intentions that our community set forth, which for our bond in particular is our construction and renovation at our schools. So it's not general fund money, can't be used unfortunately for salaries, supplies, must be used for facilities.
Thank you, Dr. Root. Thank you so much. And we also have a Citizens Oversight Committee that oversees the construction projects as well. So with that, I will call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. I believe 1211 is next. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Oh, that was me. That's what. I just wanted to highlight this. A lot of times when I hear folks talking about, that Anaheim Elementary School is feeding kids, I just wanted to point out that they have a contract with Anaheim Union High School District. And yes, they have the facilities available too. But just to get that out there, that Anaheim Union High School District has been feeding students across the districts for since the COVID-19, and then we're going to continue to feed our families, our students until August. And so that was all. So I will call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
I didn't hear you, Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Bless you, Al. All right. 1213 is next. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded. Mr. Jabbar?
Yeah, I just asked questions from cabinet regarding this as to why we have the increase, and they did explain to me about the, obviously the reason that we want to make sure that we have enough folks out there on our campus to dissuade people from doing criminal activity on our campuses. So as a result, my only ask of the community, if they're watching, in which I will also talk about it during community events, is to make sure that as a community, we got to keep an eye on our schools so that we're not spending a lot of money on any of this nefarious activities. So thank you very much for putting this program together. I know they've been very successful.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Moving on to item 1220.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. O'Neill.
Abstain.
Thank you. Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. We are on to 1230. May I get a motion?
So moved.
Second, and Ms. Piercy?
Okay, I pulled this because when I was reading this, it says this contract is for services provided June 20th of 2020 to June 30th of 2021. Yet it says this agreement will remain in full force and effect for 5 years and then shall renew thereafter automatically for 5-year terms. And I looked at the exhibit and tried to find the dates on the exhibit, but I couldn't find them. But shouldn't this date be for June 30th of 2025? If it's a 5-year agreement?
Yes, but I don't know that it is for 5 years. I'd have to confirm.
Well, then
with
maybe that
Stella.
shouldn't be in there. But in other words, because when I looked at the exhibit, I couldn't find a date.
Yeah, it's the last line of the agenda item. This agreement will remain in full force and effective for 5 years and shall thereafter renew automatically for 5-year terms.
So, it's saying 5 years, but it's only showing 1. So,
One of the things that I would suggest is I would pull it and we can talk to Adele and bring it back for July. Because I'm not gonna be able to get a hold of her in a few
okay,
seconds.
I think we need to do that because
I wanna make
there's
sure
a
it's right, yeah.
contradiction.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we do? We have to vote on pulling it?
We have to, Carl,
No, you can just not call it. It's fine if you put it on the table.
just put it on the table. Okay.
Okay, we'll just table it.
Good catch, Miss Piercy. There was a lot to read in this agenda.
Oh, I know. And I mean, and I didn't get started until Tuesday because I didn't get it until, anyway.
Exactly.
So anyway, next one is 1233, huh?
Thank you. Do I get a motion?
I'll move that.
Second.
Okay. Questions, comments?
Okay, well, I got quite a few. Okay, I'll start, but I've had a lot of negative comments about this math program. I am not in favor of it. Okay, I have talked to students who just are totally snowed. When I went into a math teacher's classroom, and when they first started this thing, they didn't have any book. They had these packets that didn't explain anything. When I listened to Juan's comments, he's a math teacher, and his comments about it, and some of the other math teachers that I've talked to, I mean, I talked to an IMRC member who was reviewing this and did not like it because it did not explain anything. And it created a problem where if a student came from another school district and transferred in, they would not have a clue as to what's going on, and then it's not explained. Like Juan said, the book expects you to do things, but it doesn't explain how to. I mean, Carnegie is a difficult program, and and to me, if this is something that was going to be put into the math teachers, that all of them should have had an opportunity to say yay or nay. In other words, I would like to survey all the math teachers about how they feel about this program that was supposedly piloted. And I realize it was, but was it piloted and led by a few people? And what did the majority of the math teachers think? I just think there's too many things that, aren't clear. I don't understand. I mean, I also don't understand how for years we just were doing these packets run off on the Xerox, and that's what the kids worked with. They had no book where they could read and follow directions or refer to as a reference book. And all of a sudden now we're going to buy this Carnegie program at over $2.25 million. And I'm not sure that this is really, from what I've heard, the greatest idea. Okay, and that's my comments right now. Kathy?
So I have a few questions.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Based on what the teacher from Sycamore stated and what Anna said and what I have understood and things that have come to me, I think this needs to be tabled and evaluated, and this can be put off until we are all comfortable that this is a good direction.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I got a few questions here.
Go ahead.
I've actually about eight teachers reached out to me. I've met with 2 of them virtually to go over some of the questions, and I think the superintendent and Jaren and Carlos and Manuel know that last year I sat down with them, including Julie, to kind of go over some of the concerns that they teachers had. But it looks like it has not, the concerns have not been addressed. So my question I do have, so to kind of paint a good picture out of it, is that 1, the teachers that I spoke to, except for a few of them, all like the Mathia part of the Carnegie, I would say the bundle, right? They liked it, and they said that, so most of the time they're having able to do much better with that rather than the actual book itself. Now, there's concerns about the pricing of that and, the availability of Khan Academy and how that could be substituted for Mathia. That's there. The other question that primarily concerned me was, I think all teachers who approached me brought up the issue of how this Carnegie learning is, or I'll call it CL. CL has not been very user-friendly for EL students and special ed students. I know Jaren and I spoke about it, so I'm sure, Jaren, you're going to jump in and explain a little bit more about this. And the other concern is, for me, I like the process. I like to know the process. And Jaren, I also want you to touch on this, is how did we put together the group to evaluate CL, right? Did we ask a few people from each of the districts, each of the campuses, to be a part of the task force or the committee which evaluated it? How long did we evaluate it? Did we evaluate a different curriculum so that teachers had the opportunity to take a look at different curriculum to see which worked best for them? Did they get an opportunity to give input? Did we pilot other textbooks, right? And then what I've heard is I got about 8 emails since I spoke to the 2 teachers, is that there are challenges within the textbooks itself, right? There's not enough review of standards for students. If from prior years, if it assumes that they should know all the standards, which is a good thing, but in reality, it doesn't happen. There are issues about math problems being wrong for students, as well as in the teacher guide. So the teachers have to do double work, not only having to find the wrong answers, but also to put together the right answers for their teacher guide as well. And then I had the question of the second course. I think I made a note right here, Math 4 having challenges, right? So they mentioned that there were some issues with some aspects of CL, which was communicated to the task force or the committee, which they went back, but unfortunately when they revised it, they messed up the whole thing. So that's another question. The geometry content was not enough for our students is one of the concerns that I heard. When they did the huge overhaul of the curriculum, although it's different slightly every year, they did not fix the Math 4 issues. They ruined the Math 3 and Math 5 texts. The issues were had with the first part of Math 4 are now issues they have with the whole sequence. They talk about the text assumes that the kids remember the whole concept from 5 years ago, right? There is constant change on tweaking of the text, so that's a concern that was brought up. Then the other issue is the Common Core aspect of it. I realize that we want to make sure that we give enough literacy to our English learner students embedded in math, so that way they're also increasing their knowledge or increasing their literacy knowledge. But when it comes to math, I mean, I had this issue where math is not my strong suit, but if you put some more challenges in front of these students, in this case English learners having to read through a bulk of the text, it kind of throws you off of math. So I mean, it happened to me when I was going through math. Math was not a strong suit. It may have been the teacher, it may have been the booklet which I was working on. If it threw some challenges in front of me, it was frustrating as a student, right? So I put myself in that area. And then the other concern that was brought up, which I don't know, Jaren, you could also address this, is that the state is actually rewriting the math standards. So why are we investing in it for 3 years right now with this particular program? I'm trusting you because I know you guys are the professionals, but at the same time, we also have professionals who are in the trenches, who are working and who are giving feedback. And I want to make sure that we listen to their concerns. It might be that we do have some teacher leaders who are part of the team who are talking about, hey, let's implement it. But if we have a good number of teachers, in this case, 8 of them reached out to me, right? If there are 8 who reached out to me, I wonder how many out there who have not reached out to a board member or any one of you who are just kind of putting their head down and saying, you know, district is implementing this, let's just go forward with it. So I want to make sure that we are giving the opportunity, I think Anna mentioned this, is to figure out how we bring some of our teachers who are very engaged in special needs students and English learner students, so that they give the input and we pick the right one for our students. Now, I don't know if it's too late, but you know, I know with the situation that we are in COVID-19, it's hard to create a task force. It's hard to review a new model to kind of implement. But at the same time, I want to take a look at how we could bring a district-wide math task force together so that they could, all these concerns could be addressed, and we look at a long-range solution to this, not just for this, but a long-range math task force, which will take a look at our deficiencies as a district. So having said that, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. So I know a number of questions were asked, so I'll do my best to answer all of them. And I want to first start off by acknowledging, I know we only had 3 public comments, and we had 1 teacher that actually was in favor of the curriculum. We had Juan's piece, which there's merit to his comments as well. So I don't want to dismiss what he said. There are certain merits to the things that he had pointed out. And then another was from a math tutor. So a couple of things to address this piece. So yeah, and speaking with Carlos Hernandez, our director of curriculum instruction, also with Julie Spikerman, who led the process. She did have representation throughout the process from both junior high and senior high. Just so you know, the high school version began actually with Paul Silviano when he was the assistant superintendent. So the high school had been using Carnegie for quite some time. As you may recall, our junior highs were using UC Irvine. And I think Trustee Piercy mentioned the packets. That's what was being used before. And as you might recall, back when we began UCI, we faced a lot of resistance with UCI as well, because it wasn't a textbook and there were a lot of consumables, and that was also when we began our integrated approach to mathematics. When we did make the adjustment to the pilot, all of our junior highs, with the exception of 2, participated in the pilot, and that was their choice not to. That was Sycamore and Dale. We now have all of our junior highs using the Carnegie as a pilot, and much like UC Irvine, it has been mixed with the feedback from folks. Julie did have that task force involved. There were teachers who worked with English learners and who also worked in inclusive settings or with students with disabilities, also in that task force. I know Tracy Olson, before she became a curriculum specialist, she was using this material and had high levels of success. As Elise Sharp in public comments mentioned, when people use the curriculum, it can have tremendous results with kids. The one thing that the math tutor mentioned is absolutely true, that when you look at the textbook, it doesn't give all the specific instructions, and that's because what's different about this text versus previous texts, and I want to take you back when you were students in math. A lot of times the teacher was able to go through the textbook where we finished a lesson today, the next day we just turned the page and that became the next lesson. This textbook is very, very different. It doesn't allow for that. This is going to require the teachers to engage in lesson design and really think about the way that they approach math. And that is very different. And that is a challenge, and that is something very new for a lot of our folks. If you think about other content areas in English, you can give them a novel, but the novel, you don't turn page to page and that's the lesson for the day. The teacher has to engage in lesson design. Same thing with social studies, same thing with our BAPA, and even in science. There's a lot of lesson design that has to go into building those lessons. And in math, that's the way that even when I used to teach, that's the way we were able to operate. Now, under this new text, it doesn't allow for that. You really do have to engage. And Trustee Jabbar, you're absolutely right. This text is very literacy rich, which if you speak to Dr. Bryant, you speak to Diana Fujimoto, It's something that they appreciate because it does ask and then require students who need opportunity to engage in language and language acquisition to get those experiences. But again, if you go through the text without the scaffolding and the differentiation by the teacher, which is lesson design, it is going to be challenging. We have devoted a lot of time and energy to building capacity in our teachers, but clearly it's not a one and done. It is something that we have to do over time. We spent our last October at the Ed Summit doing a lot of work where the math teachers were actually separate from our teachers in general, where they were doing work directly with Carnegie. We actually have plans this October to do the same. And I know Julian, Carlos, and Joe, because of the low performance student block grant, have been doing a lot of other work. As you may recall, we have the math lab coaches that were also used to support math teachers in this transition as well. So again, there's merit to the things that are being brought up. The one thing I also wanted you to know is when we were going through this process, we also worked through an agency called edreports.org. They are a group that analyzes the different textbooks out there in its alignment with the standards and where we're at. And as I think I'd mentioned to a few of you, we're still relatively new in the transition to even the mathematical practices. And when we initially went to Carnegie, there weren't a lot of textbooks out there that were aligned. They were still very, very traditional, where you would turn the page. And it was very much about math calculation. And as you may recall, under the Common Core, it's not just about math calculation, which is the actual doing of math. There's also the conceptual piece and the literacy piece. And that's where the Carnegie really did stand out. And if you look at their assessment of the Carnegie materials, it is highly rated. It is one of the most highly rated texts in terms of its focus and coherence around the standards, around its rigor, around the mathematical practices, and also its usability. That includes the students with disability and our English learners. Again, the challenges that Juan and others have brought up, they're legit. It just requires a lot more work on the teacher end to make the adjustments in the scaffolding, which is where the professional development is going to be critical. So those are all things that we had to look at. I agree, Trustee Jabbar, that right now, given the COVID-19, Cabinet had this discussion in detail before we had brought this item up for your approval, and we agree this isn't the best time to go through a textbook adoption process because of all that our teachers are being asked to do, not just with the content standards, but in the way that they deliver content because it's online. And as you all know, we're having to spend a lot of time this summer training our teachers on just the national online standards because we know that we're going to have to deliver content through that virtual format. And to change this mid-shift would just add to the stress of teachers as well. And as you heard from Elise Sharp in public comments, she talked about that sometimes it takes 3 to 5 years before you see the impact, which we know is true via research. And to change right now in the middle of that process could also be detrimental. So this gives us a little bit of time to continue to implement. The Mathia has been productive. It's an online platform which does work well into this remote setting that we're currently in. And what's nice about the Mathia piece is it is customized. So when students begin interacting with the Mathia, if students get things wrong, the curriculum is done in a way where there's algorithms on the software where it adjusts the curriculum to go back where the students are at. So it helps them move throughout that program. Whereas if a student does well and gets it right, they continue to be enhanced and it continues to get more and more rigorous as they progress. We do think too, in 2 or 3 years, we're going to have more options that might be a better fit where some of those more traditional texts right now may be better aligned in a couple of years. So those are all things that we're having to weigh. We don't know that there is the perfect solution, but as a cabinet, this is kind of where we were at the time where we felt it was the best to continue with the Carnegie because of where we are. And as you heard from Elise Sharp, although we do have folks who have concerns, we also do have teachers who are using the curriculum and are having success and are in favor of it. So there's kind of all sides of the coin that we're having to look at. And that's constant with what we dealt with UCR curriculum back several years ago. We had that same kind of resistance along the way as well. So hopefully that answers some of your questions. I know Carlos is watching the meeting and he's been texting. I haven't read the text as I've been speaking to you, but I know there's some things that we can do with the task force to bring people together to kind of see what we need to do moving forward. But I'm also just worried that if we don't have this, I'm not sure what math curriculum in terms of a textbook might look like when we come back in the fall. So because we haven't gone through that process with other options right now.
Well, I would like to add something too, Jaron. Thank you for that. But you had mentioned Ed Reports. And Ed Reports is an independent nonprofit that evaluates instructional materials for quality and standards alignment. It is a gold standard leader in helping teachers and administrators to identify highest quality instructional materials. So according to Ed Reports, Carnegie Learning Blended Solution is now the highest rated high school mathematics product on edreports.org. So, and they've earned a near perfect green light scores from Ed Reports, K-12 independent evaluator. So, this is a new, relatively new, as many, the Common Core overall, very controversial. The transition has been very tough across the country. But I think that if we take a pass on it and put a pause on it, as Jaron just mentioned, that means we really don't have anything going into next year. So it's a tough decision, but I think that the committee and the Ed division is recommending that the board approve this.
I have a question. Is there a way that we could just use it for the next year and put some more support systems in place for the teachers that are struggling with it? I'm just thinking outside the box. I know we're team players here, and we always try to support. So is there a way that we could provide extra support for this program? Because I'm thinking the same thing, like we need a math program. We don't have time or energy to go out and get another one. And I'm just saying maybe compromise and use this just for 1 year instead of a 3-year, and take a look at it.
Well, that was going to be my question as well, Trustee Randall Trejo, Madam President. Try to see if we have an opportunity to go in and maybe implement it as a 1 year, but I don't know what that does to the cost, and I don't know what that's going to do to the entire program. Again, I think part of what Jaron's saying is I understand that you mentioned that their teachers need to put a lot of time into it, but my concern is this: if we have teachers who are already struggling with it and reaching out and talking about it, then I have a concern for the kids, because you are going to, one emailed, and his comment says pretty much how it works, but at the end of the day, the comments that I've received from other teachers as well who are struggling with how they approach English learners. For me, that's huge, right? My district, in Anaheim, you have a lot of kids who are going to struggle with it. And if the teachers are saying this, I take their word for it. And this is why I talk about bringing enough representation or making it a good representative task force, which will allow to get good feedback in terms of a commitment of 2.23 million or 2.2 million is huge. And if you're hearing a lot of teachers, and then also if we create that task force, I want to have students in there so that they could give us their opinion of how it works for them as students, right? So it's a concern for me. So Jaron, I don't know if that's an option to make it a 1 year deal.
Yeah, so what I was going to propose, I've been texting with Carlos. We could, and Carl, I'll need your guidance on this, because I know we're fortunate in that we have in 2 weeks another board meeting. I know it's obviously geared towards the study session around the opening of schools, but perhaps that'll give Carlos Hernandez and Brad Minami enough time to reconnect with Carnegie and maybe work on some 1 year commitment. It will, Trustee Dewar, probably add cost to the price, because obviously when you do things over a greater period of time, you get typically a lower price point. But we could propose a 1 year deal where that gives us time with Carlos Hernandez's leadership to propose that or build that task force and really deeply revisit other options.
Let me also ask you this, Jaron. what happens if we don't do anything? I mean,
Yeah,
if we
because
don't take an action.
I have reservations. In other words, first of all, I don't want to vote for this unless I know a little bit more. And right now, this means nothing to me. Mathia, that's my first recollection of this. There needs to be more explanation to me to what this is. I'm not in favor of it until I get some more information to, about what's going on as far as this math. We've been struggling for several years on this whole change in math, and it's still struggling. And I just want more information. I'm not comfortable voting for this.
And Dr. Freed, I don't know if you were asking exactly this question, but I don't know what this would do to timelines. We do have the July 2nd meeting. It is going to be a special meeting, and yes, this could be an agenda item on that meeting.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. If this could be a special item on that agenda, so we can look at a potentially a one-year deal. And to go back to your question, Trustee Jabbar, if we did not have this approved, then I don't know that we would have a math textbook to begin the school year. We still have curriculum. The standards are the curriculum. So, but they just wouldn't have a textbook to use with it if this isn't approved.
So how long have we not had a textbook?
No, we have. We've been using this text and this is to extend it now for the 3 years.
No,
Which
no,
is why
no.
the teachers are saying they don't like it.
Okay. Is there a textbook right now?
Yeah, it's the Carnegie. So that's
It's
what
the
they've been
Carnegie.
using.
Okay, so they don't like the textbook they have right now.
Right.
So then
That's-
you're
well, some of those teachers,
proposing a different textbook? Is that what
No.
you're saying?
No, we don't. We're not proposing a different textbook right now.
I think
So-
Anna, you're probably referring to the UCI packet that they used to have. They no longer have that. They've been working on Carnegie
I'm
now.
talking about a tech. Yeah, I know they're not. They're
So
into
they
the
have
Carnegie.
textbooks now.
Right, but what textbook do we have now? Any?
Yes, the Carnegie textbooks.
Okay.
The
So
one that you're looking
we're-
at today. Yes.
Right. So we're looking at buying more or the new.
Anna, I think I understand. So these are a consumable math book. They're not a hardbound book like what we picture in science or other curriculum areas. So every year it costs us about $800,000 to purchase the new consumable math books. This is the same adoption. Joe Carmona and Julie Spikerman and their team worked with Brad Benami to create this new contract to enter into a 3-year agreement to continue our use of the same thing we've been using. But we have to order every year because it is a consumable math book that kids they write in their books.
Okay, and because this is, I'm sorry, controversial, obviously, because there's been questions raised, I'd like to see one of these books. I want to see what you're talking about.
Anna,
yes.
Let me stop you for a moment. I'm going to make a suggestion. We have between now and July 2nd. How about if you and I sit down and have a face-to-face with the teacher that spoke to address this issue, and look at the books and see firsthand, and then come up with some ideas, and then the July 2nd meeting. I want to see them. I want to talk to him face to face, and I'd like any other input that other teachers can give.
Okay, because I'm still confused. I mean, it's not just talking with the teacher. That's just one teacher, but I want to know what an explanation from cabinet or at the education department, what are you talking about when you refer to Mathia platform now? In other words, is this what we've been using or is this something new? Okay. I want to see the book and I want you to explain to me, how they use it. In other words, I just want to know a little bit more. I'm just not, in other words, because of the comments I've heard, and this was before I heard what Juan had to say. Okay. So Juan is just more, I already had reservations. Okay. And they went back a few years and with students I've heard who are struggling. So I just want to know more. I'm not going to vote for it until I learn more.
So what I'm hearing from the board is that we need to table this issue until July.
I move to table to the next meeting.
Do I get a second?
I'll second that.
I'll third it.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that. And I can have Mr. Hernandez, and I can see if Ms. Spikerman, I know she's on teacher schedule, so she's on vacation, but we can work on maybe some type of presentation where you can see what that looks like.
I'm available.
Dr. Freed, I have a question. What grade level are we talking about?
It's grades 7 through 12. We are math 1 and math 2 at the junior high and up through the high school.
So this takes into consideration calculus, trigonometry, geometry, etc.
Well, we use it for the integrated maths. So the math 1, 2, 3, and 4, the integrated.
Okay.
Are they all the same book, or is it different books?
No, they're different based on the concepts that are being taught.
Okay, so they're grade level books.
Well, they're content specific. Remember, it's integrated. So yeah, so math 1 typically is 7th graders, so that's a different book than what they would get in math 2 versus math 3.
Okay, and they're all consumable books.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
That way the
so
students can also interact with the book and write in it.
Okay.
So we'll be looking forward to a presentation, and then I would suggest those of you board members get in touch with the teachers as well. And Al, you've brought your concerns, and look at that cabinet and look at the concerns and see how we can create some solutions to those concerns, and then we can talk about it on our next meeting. So, Mr. O'Neill, we're voting to table this?
I don't know that we need to vote to table it. I think we can just table it.
If there's no objection, you can do the same thing and just not take action.
Okay.
All righty. And the last one, 1239. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? That's yours, Ms. Piercy?
Yeah, I brought this up because I have a question. I mean, how well is this being used? In other words, when I read it, is our district really utilizing it? Is it worth it? In other words, we're looking at what, $70,000 a year. Are we getting a value out of this? Isn't this what Liliana heads?
Yes, yeah, and she's actually here, so she can also speak to this as well. So yeah, we track quite a bit of data in all of the areas in the services in terms of usage in all of these areas. We feel that this has been an overwhelming success over the last several years. It started with Kim Belay, and Liliana has been our program coordinator. We get consistent and regular feedback from our employees all over the district on the benefits that they receive from all of the services that are provided. And it's really proactive thinking for an organization to provide all of these kinds of supports, wellness to its employees. We eliminate so many things on the back end. I know that Liliana and Wendy have also done presentations in the insurance committee meeting, have shared a lot of that data. Liliana, I'm not sure when the last time that you guys presented in the meeting.
Last time we presented was in the January Insurance Committee meeting.
Yeah, and so a lot of that data is embedded in that, in shared and discussed as well.
Okay, I just was wondering whether if we had evaluated it, dollar wise, if it's really benefiting us, then that's fine. I mean, I know I can vaguely remember the report Liliana gave. I mean, because I'm on the insurance committee, but I just was questioning it right now, as I know we use it, but I didn't know how widely, or I couldn't remember how widely. So it was just a question, and hey, just reinforce for me again that, yeah, it is worth it. That's good. Okay.
Thank you.
So unless anybody has any other questions, I'll call for the question.
Emery, you're muted.
Sorry. Okay, thank you so much. And it was good to hear from you, Liliana, too. Oh, and it just dawned on me, I forgot to ask all of you to introduce yourself when we got back on. Oh my goodness.
4 hours ago?
Let's do it now. You guys should have reminded me. All right. It took too long for everybody to come on. I forgot. All right. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Moving on to superintendent staff reports.
No report. Thank you.
You reported out. Brad?
No report from me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm seeing no. No, all righty. Thank you. Board of Trustees reports. Mr. O'Neill.
Yeah, I'm not going to go over the things I've been doing. Unfortunately, I've been able to do some things. But while we have been talking during the last, 6 hours, there was some conversation about what was mentioned on the student activities on Kennedy site. And we have come up with nothing. So if anybody is listening that has information about what was mentioned earlier, the beginning of our day, concerning activities on the Kennedy site, please get to whoever you want to get to. Could be the principal, Adam Hernandez, or Dr. Freed, myself, someone, and tell us specifically what is going on, so we're aware of it and we can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Mr. Jabbar?
Yeah, I like to keep it short too. I think I already went over the Black Lives Matter rally, but I also wanted to give kudos to my boss, Supervisor Doug Chafee, who actually donated close to about $6,000 to the PTA to purchase the 3D printer and supplies for the face shield. I also wanted to commend Anaheim High School on their good process of the drive-through graduation. I think parents are very satisfied with what went on. And having said that, I also want to say, in terms of COVID-19, Supervisor Chafee's office, me as a healthcare agency liaison for his office, I have requested the healthcare agents to convene a school district meeting so that we could give some input as a healthcare agency to all the schools. So that's going to be coming up pretty soon. So keep an eye out for that as in terms of our staff. So that's about it, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Ms. Piercy?
Well, I haven't done too much, being one of the older people that are in this quarantine thing, but I did visit the drive-through graduation for Cypress High, and it was very, very nicely set up and done. And then I watched the graduation things, and I think we did a phenomenal job. That company did a great job for our virtual graduations. And I think some of the comments that were made earlier, a lot of the parents thought it was great. I had one in my neighborhood who thought it was fantastic because it was a personalized type of thing. So a lot of people were happy with that virtual graduation. And you had your principals speak, you had your ASB, presidents or valedictorians, and some of them had the bands perform and the choirs. So it was, I thought, really well done, along with considering the normal thing. But Anne Marie and I did have a meeting with a parent because this area was just adamant that they had to have their regular graduation. And they wanted to ask us to help them put on a actual original in-person graduation at the end of July, I think it was. And basically I said, well, I'd bring it up to I would let the rest of the board know, but that's all. I fulfilled my promise and told the rest of the board, that this was something that they wanted, but I forgot about it in closed session, but it's something that would be a costly thing, and we just don't have the money. We can't spend any more money on any graduations. So, but unfortunately, if that parent is watching, this is, in lieu of the budget presentation that was done, we're hurting to start with. So we don't have any extra money to try to, support anything that this community wants to do, unfortunately. So that's about all I've done. I don't even remember whether I went to another insurance meeting in this time or not. I know we're still going to be having another one to decide on that third-party administrator. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay, my turn. I wanted to explain that we have gunfire over here in West Anaheim 1 to 3 nights a week. And the fireworks that these kids have been shooting off are causing a tremendous amount of pain and discomfort. These fireworks, many of our clubs and organizations sell fireworks, and there are so many people that are in just distress, and I'd say PTSD, between the gunfire and the fireworks. It's unsettling, and a neighbor reported to me that 3 houses over by Dale Junior High School burned because of these fireworks. Number 2, I want to remind the administration when we start school that we have to change behavior and that we speak, that we do not put our fingers in our eyes, our mouths, or our nose. And that we understand that it's a common thing that people do, but the kids need to be reminded every day. Number 3, I ran into a custodian in the parking lot at Ralph's, and he told me how thrilled he was to be at work and how proud he was to clean the school. And he could do nothing but praise the teachers at his school. So the school's not going to be named, but I'm going to tell you that's an overall compliment. And then number 4, I went to pick my dog up at the pet groomer, and she was explaining to me that because of the taxes and that people did not know she had remained open and her business had gone down, that she was in a great difficulty time. And I said, if I pay you in cash, would that be helpful? And when she told me what she paid Visa and for the charge cards fee and the rental of the machine, I am suggesting to people, if you go out and use family-owned businesses, restaurants, etc., if you pay in cash, you will help them build their businesses back up. Thank you one and all for everything.
Anne Marie, can I comment on a couple of things that Trustee Smith said real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Trustee Smith, on the issue of fireworks, it has been an issue all around the cities, not only in Anaheim. And it has nothing to do with our clubs selling fireworks because they have not even sold, they've not even started to sell fireworks yet. These are, what you're seeing in the community is illegal fireworks that are being purchased and set off. And matter of fact, yesterday we had a conversation with Council Member Moreno in our district, and they are asking the local police department to post signs and make sure that to be more vigilant. I know you live in an unincorporated area, and I will take that issue with the Sheriff's Department. Number 2, you had mentioned about a local business owner or pet groom. I'm assuming they're either in Anaheim or in unincorporated area. Please, let's get in touch so that way we could give them some information about a program that's coming out from Supervisor Doug Chafee's office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. I too want to commend all of our schools for taking the time to do those drive-through graduations. I know that it was an extra thing that they did, and they did it because they wanted to do it, and they did it fully. And I drove through Anaheim's, and I drove by Gilbert's, and I actually attended Catella's and Savannah's and Loera's. drive-throughs, and oh boy, a lot of celebrating. And the the most unusual vehicle that came through was an actual boat. Somebody put their kid in a boat and drove them through. So, you know, people were in the celebratory mood, and it was really amazing to see in the, you know, just to see the students and they could receive their kudos. Again, the virtual graduation was phenomenal. But what I understand, a lot of the work was put on the admins who had to actually input all of that information. So I was in touch with Shauna a lot because, and I said, you know, we shouldn't have to pay whatever we paid if staff did most of that work, because all that information had to be put in, and then had to be reviewed, because if students were writing personal messages, that all had to be checked. And then that day, I actually sat and watched. I had 3 at one time because Hope had theirs at noon, and so it was an amazing day. And on top of that, John was actually looking at all of the comments going through and capturing not so nice comments that people were just putting up. And I thought, because I was watching them, and something I thought, I go, uh-oh, it wasn't a cuss word, but it just wasn't, it wasn't right. And he got it right away. And I was so amazed. And Shauna was the one that told me that he was actually monitoring that. And I don't know if there are other people. I just heard that. So it's like we thought of everything so that wasn't a spoiled day, you know. And it was just amazing. I think that's probably going to be a tradition that we're going to be doing, even if we do the regular graduation. I think drive-throughs are going to be a big thing, decorating cars, and I think people are going to want these videos now, because it was absolutely phenomenal. So everybody that worked on that, just fantastic. And that's all for me. I attended many webinars and have been in contact with a lot of the Orange County school board members, just really trying to advocate for our dollars, and to just not cut, my gosh, in the middle of all of this, in advocating for our kids. So with that,
can I just say one more thing too? You mentioned webinar. CSBA has been putting on some interesting webinars. I kind of joined in on a couple of those, and I'm looking at a few others, but I forgot to mention that, because it doesn't hurt if you've got time to sit in on the webinars. So
absolutely, they've been really pushing them out. And then Orange County, our delegate assembly members wanted to reach out to all of the board members, and so we're going to convene as many as can come on a webinar. So everyone will be invited to weigh in. And so that was a suggestion that had come out from those meetings. Agenda items, suggested agenda items. Mr. Jabbar, did you have one?
Yeah, so I like to bring back that idea of a task force for making graduation requirement, at least studies making a graduation requirement. And I know that we already have something on working, so maybe have an agenda item which would give us an update on it.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Ms. Piercy, did you want to ask the board to agendize that item, or were you just suggesting and getting a feel for the graduation ceremony? Because I just second it. I'm not seconding it.
No, I just want it. I mean, I really don't want it as an agenda item. I just did what I said I would do. I would bring it up to the board to make them aware that there was a group here in Cypress that wanted to put on a real in-person graduation, and was asking the school board, to jump,
Well,
join in with them.
Yeah, they
And
also
I'm,
wanted us to pay for it too.
Well, yeah, because there's a cost factor. And, without even telling her no, I said I'd bring it up, but I doubt that, it would be anything. I could bring it up, but somebody would have to second it and it's not going to go anywhere. So I just wanted you to be aware of it. You're aware that they are, but I would not be in favor of it because it's a cost factor and we can afford it. And I'm not even sure it would even, we don't know where things are going.
We can't even get 10 people together in one setting. So that was
right. They're not suggesting the large groups.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Did the councilman, by the way, did he declare that Saturday a graduation day for Cypress, city of Cypress? Did that councilman?
I have no idea. No, you're talking about Morales, Councilman Morales.
I actually suggested to him that what he could do to help the students and make them feel better is to declare the city, happy graduation day, and so that maybe they could get a buy one get one free if they came in their gown, or they could get billboards put up and signs to just make Saturday a celebratory day. But I guess he didn't do it, unfortunately.
I have no idea, to be honest. Yeah.
So. Okay, with that, I will
So moved to
Thank
adjourn.
you. It's been a long day.
Adjourn.
Second.
All right.